music. Wait a minute. I gotta put a song up. YouTube is gonna be blank though. Oh boy. It's like a game that I can use music from. I didn't listen to much Sonic music, so I'm not that into Sonic. I guess I could do the usuals. I could do RimWorld. We've been doing RimWorld for a little bit though. FTL is always a good one. What's another one? We did do the bug game, but I never played the bug game, so I don't really know. Let's just do FTL soundtrack. FTL soundtrack. Boop, boop. It's so limited in the stuff that I can play these days. A little bit of that. Oh, I got to turn the volume down on the setup here, which means I need to get to it. And I've been doing rewiring. Hey, what's up, Angry Pizza? I'm sorry to hear about your pizza. I wish it had a better temperament. I gotta get to the rack. There's some stuff in the way today. Get these out of here. I've had a rough week so far. I missed both of my stream days because of shenanigans, basically. Whether it be diabetes shenanigans or network shenanigans. I'm still trying to run that network wire through the wall. It's in the wall. It's just not coming through the gang box. And I've drilled the gang box. God, why does my rib cage hurt? Oh, Jesus. Yesterday, I spent basically the whole day in this hole. Spent the whole day in there trying to get the stupid network cable to come through the gang box. And I even got pretty violent with it. I got pretty violent with it to try to open it up. Didn't open up. Or rather, it just didn't accept the thing. And I had to order a shorter cable. What's up, Walrus? How you doing? But this is what I have to fit through the gang box, because I want to put a Cat 8 in the wall, going back to the network stuff, so that I can have speed. So uploading isn't so painful. But yeah, this is, I can't return it now, but this is the Cat 8 cable, and I bought the 75-foot one to go around this wall and over to my desk. Now let's get the address label out of the way here. It's supposed to go around the perimeter to my desk, and it turns out I only needed a 50-foot cable, and even the 50-foot cable has a ton of stuff left over. Some stuff, brother, you got an Amazon warehouse. Can you believe all this stuff on the floor right now fits on that shelf? That's how efficient I've gotten around here. But yeah, I'm so pissed off because like the distance from here, from that wall to the router, is way less than 50 feet too. So I had to order a third cable. So I've got this and a 50-footer sitting around. This is the one that's going to bring the network over to the cabinet, over to the rack. Actually, wait, no, this is the shorter one. I need to put this one in behind the rack, which is really easy to do. I just haven't done it yet. This network cable. And then I got Cat 7 keyway things, because it's going to go, it goes from the other router through the wall to a keyway, and then over to another keyway, and then to the router. The cable that brings it to the router, I think, is a Cat 6. So whatever. It's a whole mixture of different grounded cats in order to keep noise out of the whole system. Noise. But I got to make room for me. I don't fit at my desk right now. Right now, we're going through a Cat 5 cable that's in the wall, and it's been chewed up by a drill because I tried desperately to get that connector through yesterday. All right, now these stacks, I think, can go this way. I think will be pretty good to test. These circuits are pretty simple. I don't think I'm going to need to rely on some of the more obscure parts collection stuff that I have here. That bin's gonna light on fire one day. I need to figure out how to dispose of lithium batteries. Better in a water pipe, yeah. No, that's how you attach a TV mount, right? You drill until water comes out, and that's where you mount your TV. Yeah, I have a picture from when this shop was being finished, turned into a shop, because it was originally a workout room, and so we had the floors and the walls put in, and I have a picture from then, so I know that there's nothing else in that little compartment for the joist, but there's also insulation in there, which makes it turbo annoying to do anything with. So I have fish tape that's going up there right now. Hey, Mahalo, how you doing? Came for lasers, stayed for the tome. Yeah, the tome is very interesting, and I think we're gonna make this a Friday thing for at least a couple of Fridays. I'll pull out the big tome of crazy circuits, and we can try stuff out. And that brings us into testing and all that fun stuff. So I think that'll be a good segment to do. The best hidden pipe finder. I know, right? Yeah, the connector won't go into the box. And so my last ditch thing was to take my drill. By the way, this is the only use for electrical tape, is to tape things to fish tape. You tape stuff to fish tape with electrical tape. That's all you do with electrical tape. It is not good for literally any other task. Okay? Never use electrical tape. It's awful. And if you don't believe me with that lesson, you will learn eventually to not use electrical tape, because things will get slimy. I took the big damn drill and I drilled a big hole, but apparently that wasn't enough for the connector on the end of the thing, right? So instead, I put the drill in there and I went sideways, and I ended up boring out a bunch of that box. What's the purpose of the box at this point, right? It's all just be gone. It's just to mount the plate. But I don't know why I'm still having trouble. I think it's because the connector has to do a 90-degree turn, and it just can't. Best way to dispose of Lion is to soak them in salt brine. Oh, so they can trickle charge out? Well, I'm going to look for like a collection. Hey, Baloo, how's it going? I'm going to look for like a collection, like a battery collection thing. And I'll just do that, because I have a lot of batteries that are left over from like years and years past when I was doing drone stuff. So I've got a lot of big batteries in there. Big angry batteries that are ready to freaking pop off. You don't want them to pop off. That's a bunch of rubber from all of the Noctua fans. You know, $20 for a fan is a bit much, but if you're doing studio stuff and you need things to be quiet, they become second nature to buying these Noctua fans. And then you do enough varied stuff, and you take apart your old stuff, and you put together your new stuff, and you end up with tons and tons of lithium-ion battery. Or sorry, with tons and tons, well, that happens too, but you end up with tons and tons of Noctua fan stuff. And so I save everything. So I have all of these mounts for Noctuas that I don't use. I put screws and stuff. I should just throw this out, but I can't bring myself to do it. I can't bring myself to do it. Mute, mute, mute. What is that asshole streaming right now? Gee, just look at this. Is that even content? It's not content. Is this what they're calling content these days? Pop that out. Close. All right, cool. First time I beat it was one of the best adrenaline rushes. Yes, FTL is quite amazing in that sense. That was a big adrenaline rush for me too. The only other game that gets me like that, or has gotten me like that in the past, was Thief. Thief 1, I didn't even play Thief 2. I missed out on Thief 2. I ended up playing other games at the time. But and also I didn't want to meet my heroes. You know, in the past, what, 20 years, I probably could have looked up to see whether or not Thief 2 was a good game and played it, but I ended up avoiding it because I didn't want to ruin it for myself. Thief 2 is going to have all these new things, and it's going to be bad. I've watched Tomato play Thief 2 quite a bit, and it still looks like an awesome game. I should have played it back in the day. But yeah, Thief was the only other game that gave me that adrenaline rush, because everything back then was like just shooters. You just shoot everything in the room and you're done, instead of trying to like learn a pattern and avoid it and, you know, instigate a plan and stick with it, and then you end up winning the day. Of course, back then you could also win the day just by jumping up on a chair, but I didn't know anything about the ins and outs of the AI like I do now. I started up Fallout 4 and I'm getting into the building mechanics, and it's probably going to ruin my life again. All the stuff you can do. I pulled up a Rabaz video from 7 years ago. Yeah, tiptoe sneaking around. I mean, Fallout 3 got kind of close with the sneakiness, but it was still Oblivion's sneakiness. It wasn't its own kind of thing. Thief is just different, I guess. Oh, I was trying to get a splinter out, so I have all these tweezers out right now. And then I did work on the diode filter a little bit, but I've just got like a huge block in my brain. I need to get the block out of my brain in order to finish some of these projects here. I've been a little depressed about all of the stuff that I have going on that isn't moving forward. So naturally, we're doing something completely different today. We're just building circuits out of a random book. I spent way too much time on some stuff gardening. This year, I want to pH test the water. I'm going to use 55-gallon drum, 12-volt pump, and 2 solenoids for watering. That sounds awesome, actually. It sounds like a really fun project. Also got one of those ultrasonic distance sensors for measuring water level. Oh, cool. That is cool. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I would like to do with the garden. I had a friend who was throwing out a bunch of drip watering stuff, and I didn't take it from him, and I should have, because I could have wired up the entire garden with that stuff in order to make it sort of a, you know, on-off watering setup where you just flip a valve and things get watered. Right now I've got, and this is something that I was considering. Hey, what's up? How you doing, Yano? One thing that I've been considering doing is making a little stand for the lights in the other room. I've got my peppers. They've started growing, I think, but none of them have breached the surface yet. But there's basically 2 big big light things that I just put on top of it, and then I have Node Red turning it on and off at night, turning it off at night basically. I had to set up a whole Node Red flow for that. My other screwdriver's at large. Oh, there it is. I keep very close track on the things that I use a lot, and screwdrivers are one of them. So yeah, I feel sort of out of place when they're not in the right spots. This battery is inflated and dead, and it goes away. Oh, my cutters are over here. So those are my screwdrivers. Man, all my tools are all over the place. This is indicative of my mental task load. When things get super organized, it's on me. I want the connector off of this, but I also don't want it to discharge. So I'm going to cut these individually, keep them totally separate. Oh, I don't know if I can utilize that. There's not much pigtail there. But that's the same size battery that the FPV uses. Meanwhile, at work, sleeping, yeah. Should have the drip watering stuff. It's so expensive. I didn't know at the time, you know? It was dumb of me. Because that would have been enough for me to wire, or to drip feed outside perfectly, and then it would be a no-brainer task. Hey, what's up, Gonad? How you doing? I have been trying for an entire day to run a wire literally through a wall. I have gotten to, if you've seen my Discord, all of you in the crowd now, if you've seen my Discord, you've seen a picture of the opposite side of that right there. So I have a hole cut out just opposite of that, and this leads up into the ceiling and then over to the router, and it's all unfinished over there. So the router's in an unfinished part of the basement. The room next to this is finished. It's only a couple feet long, but I have the wire coming down through here, and it just won't get in the frickin' box. Pulling cables is hard work. I didn't even succeed. I blew out the box twice using the big drill bit, the biggest one I could handle, putting into a gang box, and the box, being made out of cheap blue plastic, has exploded practically. There's just a big hole ripped in the corner, but yet that connector still won't go through. I would show you guys it, but it's just a little bit of red tape and a blue thing. It's like the fish tape and everything. I do have step bits, actually. I don't know how much width I have in that wall. It's, what, tubifer? A tuber? It's probably like that far. Maybe I could use a step. What I need to do is I need to put the drill bit in, and I need to go up, but the drill bit caught the cable and wrapped it in. By the way, this is coincidentally, this is the exact size of Cat 5 cable. The little flute here, this is the size of Cat 5 cable. And it grabbed it and twisted into itself and ripped the cable a little bit. But we're broadcasting through it, so it's fine. It's fine. It's still transmitting just fine. My broadcast, my stupid face, is going through that ripped up cable into the router and then to you guys. So I guess it didn't hurt at all. But yeah, God, I'm so mad. I'm so mad I wasn't able to put a wire through the wall. They're good for not exploding thin material. Yeah, well, too late. Yeah, exactly. This is fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. I have a ripped up cat cable that happens to be able to transmit ones and zeros just enough, just barely enough, for us to be able to be here today. And that's what I did on my Thursday instead of streaming, is mess with that. Oh boy, that's a twisted pair for you. Yeah, I got my pair twisted. Neil Breen would be proud. Instead of advancing any other projects, I've been doing that. Just because I want to have full speed. My upload, for some reason, is super restricted. And I have to figure that out. So I'm just replacing all the cables with newer cables. I should have thought of this when we refinished this room, what, 6 years ago? 8 years ago? Oh my God. Yeah, I was watching the Meat Factory videos from Rob Oz to get some ideas about Fallout 4 building and just seeing what's what. And then I looked at when they were published, 2017, 7 years ago. Good God. I remember when those were coming out, back when Rob Oz was capable of making videos. Somebody is smoking something in the neighborhood right now, and it is driving me mad. I'm going absolutely insane here, because it smells really good, and I'm not the one who's smoking stuff. Yeah, in the before times, Walrus knows, Phil knows. There's a bunch of people here who came here from Rob Oz content, because I was also one of these bums around Rob Oz. Yeah, 2017 was a year. That was my first year of streaming with, I think, no, just regular old year of streaming. That was not partnered. Things have gotten a little stale since then, but still fun. I'm still doing the same stuff. It's just to not as many people. That Rob Oz crowd, I think, made or broke me. I think for a little while there was this sort of like streamer like thing where they would get like one of your followers or one of your moderators partnered. I think that's like one of those little like point of pride things that all the streamers have. Yeah, I'm big enough to have people around me get partnered. Yeah, we used to lurk at during the beginning of stream. Now there's a different crowd that lurks during the beginning of the stream. The buck has been passed. It's kind of neat. We all got busy. Life gets in the way. This happens a lot. All right, so that's synthesizer stuff. Here's a tool that I've been meaning to try out that I saw online. I saw this on the internet, and I've been meaning to try it out. Not the breadboard. This would be what is this thing? Oh, they don't actually. If hands or fingers come off. So this is I forget what the name is. A butter stick. This is a type of cleaning tool. There's an extra bristle in the handle. It just advances when you screw it, but what it is a bunch of little fiberglass pieces here. And this is for sanding stuff very small. I enjoy Bother Friday streams for when I work. Well, I appreciate that. I really do. It's nice to have people who follow. The Fridays when Robert isn't streaming are always a little bit more populated for me. Let's get a circuit board here and see what this thing can do. Because I'm hoping what this thing will be able to do is remove material like solder mask. Yeah, exactly. Getting crap off of solder pads and stuff. Because my sanding capabilities are so bad, I'd scrape stuff with knives typically. So getting epoxy off gold. What? Man, you got some experience in some different stuff than me. It's like, whoa, why do you people know these things? Just have a different walk of life. I feel like I should be sanding this thing down to a point before I try using it, but this is my first time trying this thing. So what do? We just scrape it? It's like horizontal. Yeah, it seems like. It's just like powdering the silk screen. Looks like the one place that I wanted it to work, it isn't. Getting epoxy off gold, a first world problem? I suppose so. Seems to work pretty well. I think with more of a point, I'd be able to actually target it better. Yeah, working quite well, actually. Very neato. So yeah, it's this little, it leaves little bristles behind, though. I'm sure those won't be very comfortable with contact with skin, but I think eventually it's going to wear itself down to like a more of a point. With a point, it bends and won't work. Oh, well, when I have a more controllable surface on it, I think, because it'll naturally taper as I wear it. Be sure to breathe it in. Yeah, lungs love fiberglass. They really do. They love it. It's good for them. Fiberglass, the new amazing material. It's in everything. Breathe it. Breathe it as much as you want. I mean, this is fiberglass working against fiberglass in the end. Pretty cool. Yeah, this is pretty cool. So some people use some sort of Dremel attachment, but I forgot which. They could go very precise. Just because they could doesn't mean you could. Well, yeah. I guess if like a Dremel attachment that was kind of like a, I mean, using one of those sanding things is a good way to get through the copper. I don't want to get through the copper. I just want very precise. Yes, but I was drawing parallels to asbestos, but I guess asbestos is the real one. Yeah, see, this is the error, by the way, is that the wrong pins are associated. It's actually these and these, and so this is a very complicated thing to fix on the circuit board because I have to cut a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's true. Putting tape down would also probably focus it a little better. But I mean, it uncovered that really easily. That was very easy to do, so that's cool. All right, well, this is garbage. that's all it takes. Those boards already have an error in them, so. A dentistry tool. Yeah, maybe a dentist. I have dental picks. If I could get some kind of a sanding material on the end of a dental pick, that would be very precise. What if I really, really, really want to be precise, what I do is I scrape it with a knife. But I wanted to try some alternatives. And that tool popped up in my feed for somebody doing some kind of rework. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And it was like, like $12 or something. So I think this is a keeper. I think it'll be a pretty good tool. It's a nice way to make the air around me tingly. My air itches. I love me some FTL music. A dental drill, that's a lot of bother though, right? Like you can just open this up, take out the sanding tool and do what you need to do instead of getting all of the, the Dremel-y stuff out. Navigating that whole thing. All right, this thing is fully ready for us to do some 1974 circuits on. Yeah, drill bit's a bit much. No, scraping it with a knife is the go-to method because I've usually got a knife within reach. But in the case where I don't want to scrape it with a knife, I think that thing is pretty good. I don't think there's a need for alternatives here. I'm not really pressed to figure this one out too thoroughly. Get a claw bit off of the table. That right there. Yeah, it powders it really finely, and that's good. In terms of precision, I guess I just need to. Wait, what is this one doing unplugged? That's my scope one. Hold on, I can plug this one back in. Oh, I see. That one went to the front of the rack, and I don't have any other keyways in the back. I'll have to move that one to the back. Here, I need to move this thing and plug in my scope so we have the scope on screen. Scope's going to be a big part of today. This thing is still on wheels, so it moves rather easily. Look at you. Oh, I need a little bit of water in there, too. I don't know where this water's going in all of my water cooling things. They seem to, like, bleed off little tiny bits of water over a week or two. I'll notice that this thing, like right now, it's like empty. Let me get my water, and I'm going to be putting the, there's no way of getting around it, guys. I'm injecting this one with cum. I got the bottle of cum, and I'm going to squirt that into the water cooling system, which will look pretty cool. So hold on, let me set up, no, where was it? Overlays, and then rack view, and then that messes with the camera a little bit. Yeah, I got the milky solution for from EKWB, and I've been sitting on it for a while, and now I'm that all sounds so wrong, but now I can actually use some of the stuff. Hold on, let me tighten this up, get this thing into place. Did that not do anything? Rack view. There it is. There's the view. The colors are since everything here is black and I don't have a light on it, the camera tries to compensate with its white balance, and that ends up making things look all blown out. Yeah, well, the reasoning behind all the water cooling is to quiet everything down. All right, so let's get that in here. And then this is just gonna be like cloudy and stuff. Oh my God. Here it goes. Kind of a cool looking display though. Whoa, okay, that's really bad for everything. Told myself I'd watch out for that. Why is the creepy music on for this? This I need to dust. This needs dusting. All right, creepy music. Why is the creepy music going for this? Milk cooling. Oh, yes. Where's the creepy music? Hold on, let's uncreepy the music. Well, it looked cool for like a couple seconds. This one should probably get clear water though in the future. It's just what I had in the bottle. This one should probably get clear fluid in the future, because now you can't see any of the electronics behind the reservoir, which it's a bit of a mess back there, but still. And I need to finish designing the plates for this thing so I can actually have like, I have a button panel that I can do, and then this thing needs to get a home just on the front here. Just this part. Everything else is fine. That was a rack enclosure that I modified to have no front and be a water cooling. I would like something, the milkman's wife's. Oh yeah, I can't say that on. No, I won't recite that one. It's an Aphex Twin song that made it into a Flash animation back in the days of Salad Fingers. Well, that was cool for like a minute. Now it's totally lame. Now it's just cloudy. I think what happens eventually, how much did what cost? Which? FX Classic. The, what do you call it? Blah, 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 blah. The fluid was like $20 or something. The whole setup, who knows? This thing has evolved over quite a long amount of time. This is like, it's been a little ways in the making. I mean, buying the rack was tough too, because that was a giant package that came in the mail, and then I had to hoist everything. What I need to do with this computer is get rid of these handles in the front and take everything out of the rack and move the entire setup forward a little bit. And what my goal is to still be able to close the door on this thing so I can keep dust out. But what I need to do is finish the computer, do that modification, move everything forward, then I can get all the side panels and the back panel on. And I need to make a couple 200mm holes in the back for big fans. And then I've at least got somewhat, I keep the metal dust out of the computer that way. The file server has big fans on it, big filters on all the fans, and that screen is completely useless. It would be nice if I could do something with that screen, but I'm not about to go down that road. This is the only rack case that fit my specifications. It was small enough to fit inside of this thing. I mean, honestly, I should probably just get a taller rack or I should build something into the corner. Using a cloudifier? I've heard good things about those, but I do the VST filtering digitally, which I really shouldn't do. I should build my own EQ and compressor for this. There's half a cat worth of hair. It's surprisingly not all dog hair. I found a dog hair barge the other day in an area where the flowing air in this shop circulates, and so it caught a lot of dog hair, and there was like an entire dog's worth of hair in this little nook that's just by where I walk by. I don't know how that even happened. Shockingly, there's not dog hair in that filter. I have a vacuum. It's right there. I should use it. It's right under this stuff. I don't want to use VSTs because my audio is now locked into the computer and those VST settings. So I've done minimal amounts of work to try to replicate those filters with electronics. I think the best thing that I can do is just build a box, because I tried to make it fit inside of my thing. Yo, what's up, FK Productions? I've been uploading old videos, and you're present in chat for a couple of them. We got this big friggin' book, this big F-off book, and we're gonna build a circuit out of it from 1974. It is some kind of an audio intransinator thing, and I just put cloudy fluid into my water cooling thing, which was a mistake. It's definitely a mistake considering what I'm looking at now. It looked cool for about 3 seconds, but I really should not have done that. I think from now on, this thing gets clear water, and we'll see how long the cloudiness persists, because clear water is important for this one because it's cool to see all the stuff behind the... Oh, God! Do you have a NAS drive? Yeah, that's what... it's FreeNAS. FreeNAS is what I'm running in that computer. And, yeah, that just does all of my internal storage, so I don't lose any projects again. How you doing, FK Prods? All right, what are we doing? Well, not much. I actually have a day to relax. We're relaxing today. Oh, I need to put this one in here. There. Okay, and then I can turn on the scope, and that'll be on screen when we get to testing. You ever drink Baileys out of a GPU? What a disgusting... I really shouldn't have done that. It looked cool for about a second. Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. Things have just been going normally over here. All my peppers are planted in the little divider planter, and the lights are on them, which keeps them kind of warmer, but nothing has gone above the surface of the soil. I have about 160 VODs to upload, and it's been killing me. I'm burning out. I'm going to keep persistent on that, though. I'm going to keep uploading, because that's all my archive. That's the Oh Bother VOD channel, is all of those videos. So I gotta go through them like minute by minute, mark down what's happening in the videos, and then once I'm done that, I can get to video editing, and I can actually edit a couple of YouTube videos for the main channel, the Oh Bother channel. The one that has more subscribers than the VOD, even though the VOD has been for about 100 days pumping out a video a day. It turns out if you pump out a video a day, 5 hours is a little bit generous to keep people actually watching. I have time now. Oh, you're suddenly unemployed? Did you sell your company? What's going on? I assume you're not in dire straits. You're doing a hell of a lot better than I am. Let's get that clear. Oh, my eyes! I flashbanged everybody. Whew, we're back. It's all relative, yeah. It's what it's, right? That's what we used to say. We had an onion on our belt, because that was the fashion at the time. I'm looking at Robot's videos that I watched, that I remember coming out and watching, and I look at the time on it, and it says it was 7 years ago. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I just finished college, didn't I? Did you guys see the that company that's putting out a flamethrower robot? They have one of those dogs, the Boston Dynamic dogs, except it's not. It's their own brand of dog, robot dog, and they put a goddamn flamethrower on the thing. and they're like, AI will, and I'm like, no, 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 no. If I'm looking at a robot dog with a flamethrower, I don't want to hear AI anywhere near that. Ridiculous. You know, Boston Dynamics had this very strong opinion on weapons. They were like, we're not going to put weapons on them. And then they're like, we have a bunch of military contracts, though. And then all these other companies are like, oh, we'll put weapons on it. Yeah, that is. So back in the day, it was, all this stuff was more expensive, I guess. I needed a high FPS camera that I would be able to use as a microscope. And I tried Raspberry Pi cams. They weren't as good as they are now. So what I ended up doing is putting a C920 inside of an aluminum case sold by Kuro Kesu. It's all in the scope command, but and then the rest of it is just guess, right? I had a C-mount lens, so I got a C-mount to Nikon lens adapter, and I put a Nikon lens on it, and then I put a filter on the front of the lens. But that's the secret part I don't tell anybody about, because oh, and then we also put an infrared filter in the C-mount. You have to glue a filter in the C-mount to knock out the infrared part of light, because that's seen as blue by the camera, and that blue sets all of the color coordination off, and so everything looks really red, and my hands look like they're going to explode with blood. It's bad. But anyway, so gray matte keeps the colors nice. Filter inside of the camera keeps the colors nice. Filter on the front of the camera, even nicer. But this, luckily, and this is all just luck, happened to give me this 2.5-foot standoff from the desk. So now I've got all this operating room, and I've got a nice, I bought a Naga arm. The Naga arm is not crucial to the setup, but it helps reduce a lot of the little shakiness that the camera has. And then I've screwed down an old soldering iron plate, an old soldering iron stand plate. And so that gives me this huge amount of flexibility in moving the camera around. When I need to get close to stuff, I can get close to stuff. I have some spacer rings that I can put in to get even closer. And this ends up giving me that standoff from the sensor that's far enough to give us these beautiful microscope views. Look at that. Such detail. Can you believe that Fallout 4 is 10 years old? That's been blowing my mind lately. I can't believe that that's a 10-year-old game. Approximately. You'd think they would have done a Fallout 5 by now, huh? A C-mount on a Pi cam? When I tried the Pi cam, I tried the very... Will Smith slapped Chris Rock over 2 years ago. What the fuck? Dude. What? Huh? Damn. They tried. It's called Fallout 76. Fallout as a service is not that great. I really need to get rid of this bump in my desk. I have another mat. I'm growing plants on it right now, though. I can just get the heat gun and a metal plate. Let's try that. Let's get this hot. Let's get it warm. All right, let's get the heat gun that I've had for years and years. Do we subtract by 1 these days? Are we just totally ruling out the pandemic? Is that not, like, we're just subtracting that from year assessments? The wavy mat is fine. Maybe for you. I'm the one that has to deal with it every day. Big plate of metal. Oh, this'll do. This won't heat up, though. Maybe I don't need it to get hot. Maybe I cool it with this block. 2020 was 12 years ago. 500 years I've been here. Yeah, we're already shaving the axe. The axe had it coming. 2020 was 12 years long. Oh, now that makes a little bit more sense. I thought you were just being nonsensical, which is fine. That's not even hot, and yet it's still having an effect. I think it's unwaving, although can't be certain about that. It's when I use the hot air soldering station. That's what originally put this out of whack. I didn't put down the silicon mat like I should have. Gotta put down that silicon mat. Sorry, for people watching on YouTube, I'm making nonsensical noises because of the music that I'm listening to, but the music that I'm listening to is not being transmitted to YouTube because everybody has some kind of copyright gripe about any kind of audio. Even Julian, where he has no distribution deal, he has no, record company at all, and it's his music that he made, and he said, yes, you can use my music without charge. I think I have $1 million bill from Radioactive Sandwich, but this isn't Radioactive Sandwich. This is just Julian doing his thing, and he said, yeah, you can use my music, it's fine. And I use his music, and then it comes up as copyright on YouTube. I can smell burning hair. Here you go, unfuck yourself. Kindly unfuck yourself. Who's batshit insane? The hot air gun noise is copyrighted. Yeah, I know, right? Burning toast. No. It's definitely burning hair. It smells very much like hair. Begs the question why there isn't a way to clean this thing. My Wagner hot air gun. I think it's made in China. This is this is like a $20, $30 purchase. Really not expensive, and yet it just lasts and lasts. Like, I expected this thing to break at some point. It's not like the plastic is expensive at all. It kind of wobbles a little bit when you put pressure on it, but it's been a perfect accessory for shrink wrap because you can shrink the shrink wrap without burning it. It does. It's very quiet, though. You can't hear it over the noise of the air. Damn it! Look at the cold spot. It's still wavy. I'm gonna get it piping hot. Let's go, plastic deformation. Glass temperature, go. I call on you. That cold spot is still there. Look at that. Somebody in the neighborhood is smoking something, and I keep smelling it. It's driving me mad. I'm heating it up to the deformation, to the temperature where it's actually going to take the deformation. That's the whole purpose of what I'm doing here, so that it can bend back. I know they're doing this at me. Just because I'm the only person in this house who believes in airflow. Come on, buddy. I don't want to have a wrinkly mat today. Your replacement is there. It's in the area behind me. This will melt the mat if I'm not careful. Okay. Well, there's an image. That's some imagery right there. It's like an album cover. Turn it 180 degrees. I guess so. Yeah, I can do this. Looks very sci-fi. The cube. Oh, the mat. Oh, yeah. I in the past I flipped them, but I mean, because this is, production, I like to have the numbers be right side up. I know for like all intensive purposes, it doesn't matter because each of these squares is an inch and you can just rely on that. But if I flip it 180, the numbers are upside down, and that bothers me. And I could also flip it over and use the light side too, but I don't want to go day mode. The gray mat is important for the color balance of the cameras. These are the little secrets that make this lab possible. This is a $50 mat though, because it covers so much area. I guess I could live with a shorter one. I could live with a shorter one because I'm not using that space, clearly. The inches will be upside down. Yeah, the inches are not, you can't flip them. They have directionality. It just makes your hands look... I have these tiny little hands. Everything in here is dollhouse sized. Yeah, it probably would be quicker to swap the maps. That would rely on me actually being an organized and neat person, which I don't know why you guys would think I'm like that. Nothing in here has evidence of that ever happening. My mental state is actually plottable by the amount of clutter in here. I can't believe FK is unemployed now. What the heck? I bet he's rich as shit, though. It's a buddy of mine who has a shop in Philadelphia, and he does a lot of really cool stuff. I've done... Oh, he's still here. I'm not talking about you behind your back. Get the fuck out of here. I've done a couple little contracts for him, and they were pretty awesome. You guys probably don't remember, but this is way before when I was trying to partner. I was working on a... What do you call it again? It's the sort of the hand shuffleboard thing where you've got sand that's got really round little beads, and you throw a puck and it hits off a corner and you try to get it close to the end goal of your opponent. He had a whole project that needed a Raspberry Pi, and so I did a bunch of programming for that to get that thing together. That was a crazy project. I still have the extra circuit boards. Zen Garden Air Hockey. No, it's like shuffleboard or something like that. It's a bar game. It's a bar game that's actually pretty ubiquitous. It's all over the place. Oh God, I can't even get into here. See, I've been trying to run, so I've been trying to run a singular network cable, one Cat 8 cable from that corner up and over to the router. Less than 30 feet. Oh, bother programming. It was a lot of Python, and we ended up making it work. And I probably should have, like from the get-go, I should have used the Python game engine to make it. Instead, I did just my own thing. And it was an engine that would run files that are in like images that are in folders would be thrown onto the thing, and it would play sounds. That's what I made essentially, and it had its own circuit board. But I think nowadays, if I were to do it again, I'd probably use a game engine to do it. The opposite. Oh, really? It's at Evil Genius Brewery. Ah, I didn't know it was still alive. I expected a call by now about something breaking on it. I'm actually shocked if it still functions properly, because I don't remember anything about that project. I did that a long time ago. It's been chugging. I can't believe that. That's crazy. Do we still have... It's still there, but it's microscopic. I think I've solved the problem. Oh, that's so much better. Oh no, now there's a... there's some waviness over here. I'm noticing a little bit of waviness. I can't believe that thing would still be functioning. That's great. Congrats-ish. It's as much as we expected to have happen. What are you doing here, traveler? I love the properties of long-wave infrared. Long-wave infrared is bouncing off of the metal and producing an actual mirror image, but yet light waves do not. Stephen Lucier. Found you yesterday. When do you normally stream? When I'm not burning out. It's 3 streams a week. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And the reason that I don't do Wednesday is because oftentimes I will find out on Tuesday that I need a bunch of parts. And it's always 12:35-ish on the East Coast. So whatever time shenanigans are going on, I try to do 12:35. Today I was a little bit late, just because things are... There's all kinds of stuff going on around here, like roommates have had surgery and they can't pick stuff up that's heavy, so I gotta help take groceries in, things like that. Like there's a lot of stuff going on these days, but I'll try to get more regular about the streaming schedule and not get too many interruptions. I want to get this network thing figured out though, so we're not going to do it Saturday. I am going to get back to Saturdays, I promise you guys. We will get back to gaming on Saturdays. I'm uploading a lot of streams right now, and it was nice to just have that Saturday every now and then. Yeah, it looks like I belong in a biker gang with an IR reflection. Yeah, that's what I was going for, because I got the whiskers here. But I think part of getting myself back in gear is probably going to be getting a haircut. Because if I cut this and I trim this, I will feel like a different person. And I think that'll lead me into to cleaner shores. Diffuse visible light meter would be a fairly sharp thermal one. Yeah, isn't that crazy? And I think I originally saw this on FK Productions. What was it called? It's the Twinkie trailer. Those things have aluminum all on the outside, and so when you look at it in thermals, it's just a mirror. Keep the mad scientist aesthetic, but my hair doesn't go like up and out. I clean up really good. I don't know if you guys may not know, but I clean up real good. So this is sort of disheveled. I've sort of got the pandemic hairs back, and it was actually really getting in the way when I was trying to put a wire on the wall. I was looking, it basically looked like, where's my scene? Hold on. It looked like this the whole time. I had to look through all this crap. I was like, oh, there's is that the socket over there? Okay, let's see. Okay, It was very annoying. I just shaved off about that amount of hair. Nice to have headphones that fit. That's true. I need to like move it back to access. Well, my headphones are over the ear, and I think I've got a backup pair of very old Shure earbuds that I think I'm going to use for streaming. This place seems to have attracted the finest of people. There's some heads in here, yeah. I never know. You know what I need and this is not healthy. Don't get me, this is not healthy. This is not healthy. I need to have a thing that tells me who's in chat, just so I know who's watching. That's not healthy. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. It's not good. Oh, no, no. Ooh, is somebody important watching? That's bad, because then you act differently. I even act differently when Uo's lab is here. I try to get more punchy when he shows up, which is just bad. I shouldn't act like this around different people. All right, what do we got? Are we ready to start? I think we've got just about as much people as we would. Forcing people out to lurk accidentally. Can you imagine if you were like, oh, I see blank in my chat right now. I know like Rabaz and those guys, they have alternate Twitch accounts that they use in order to stalk. Like when they actually want to watch it. I am a fan of Twitch. I like the platform and I like watching stuff on it. Those guys are more content creators who have moved to the platform and are not as, I don't know, terminally online as we are. We're always watching. I can't, the eyes, they're everywhere. Actually, the eyes fell down while I was working. I have two giant googly eyes that 3Mares sent in, and they were sitting on top of my tool rack. And they're gone now because I was futzing around over there and I bumped it. So one of them fell behind everything. I prefer all my shit talking to only come from one account. Yeah. No, they do it for the very reason that, like, if you want to watch like a smaller streamer, like if I go into small streamer ADHD generates, very tiny, small chat with, like, you know, not many viewers, just not a lot of people there because he's not popular and people don't like him. And I say something, it'll draw attention away from the streamer because I'm so popular and cool and ADHD isn't. Sorry, DGen isn't. I always say the wrong one. I'm sorry. Everybody go follow DGen, by the way, because he does actual pyrography every now and then, and he's much better at it than I am. I use robots to supplement for my terrible artistic skills. My chat barely talks to each other, so it doesn't affect much. I love how Uo's lab is in here like, man, your chat is much nicer than mine. I'm like, well, I cultivated my chat over many, many years. And every now and then, a new face shows up, but very, very seldom. We're a very insular group, and we fear outsiders. No. My content is so stupid that only people who behave end up watching it. All right, let's get the big book. We're doing the big book. And I accidentally put a bunch of jizz water in my my rack water cooling. I got this stuff all over my rack, but that was a mistake. Now it's all cloudy. Look at this horror show over here. Oops, I'm in the wrong folder. That's not the button I wanted. Which one did I want? No, oh, it's overlays. Right. Overlays, and then this one. Look what it did to my water cooling. So stupid. I never turned this computer off, though. Into the Necro Veil? No, I'm not. I can't do games this week because I'm trying to get my stupid networking working. And that's what I'm going to be working on tomorrow, probably. And then I got to do uploads. It's all uploads and burnout over here. All uploads and burnout, and me sitting in this corner trying to get a wire to actually go through a gang box so I can have the internet speeds that I pay for. Let's do this. All right, big book. Yeah, it's milk cooled. Milk and seltzer water. Let me get this out, and then I'm gonna turn this down. Hit pause on that. How's everybody doing? Welcome to Burnout Central. This is the one stream a week that I'm doing this week because the other two got interrupted by my own shenanigans. But we will, I'll do, obviously more streams in the future. I'm not going to do a Saturday because I have to catch up with all the stuff that went wrong yesterday. And then next week, I'll get to burn the subs. I know I said that last week and the week before and the week before, but we are going to work on burn the subs. I'll put all the synthesizer stuff aside for a little bit, and we'll check that out. And in the meantime, in the background, I can work on actually doing the circuits. I mean, I used to get a lot more done around here. It's just that my entire off-stream activity has been filled with uploading. It's not just we did that one stream on Friday where I did a couple uploads, and I was only able to get 3 done in 5 hours because I have to sit there. This is my own design. I don't have to do this. I could just say stream starts at this time in the comments, but I don't do that. I go through minute by minute. Well, it's actually 30 seconds by 30 seconds, and I figure out what's going on, and I mark that down in the comments. So if you want to watch me do something, you can find, hopefully, that something by looking at that stuff, and you can get a little clip of it going on. But I need to be less exact with that. I need to start, forest for the trees so that I'm not marking that stuff down as much. And in addition to that, the uploads take a long time. Each one takes about the amount of time it takes me to do the text. So in terms of uploading, once I get this networking stuff figured out, that will be a thing of the past. They should upload very, very quickly, depending on what YouTube servers are doing with it. And those aren't popular enough to make any money. None of that stuff is monetized. It's up there for archival purposes. But then I will cut them into shorter stuff. Not directly. I will actually make a directed 10-20 minute video, do like one a week that I can put on the main channel. So the main channel is currently in stasis. I will be thawing it out soon. Soon in a year? I don't know. Good old fracturing my hand. Really? DGen has had a terrible bout of luck lately. It's like horrible, horrible times up there in Canadian land. I don't know what y'all are doing up there. I've said I'm going to do wood burning soon since November. It's the same thing that's happening with Burn the Subs. But Burn the Subs we have brought back from the dead to get it, to get little bits of work done on it. And actually, I've been doing so much 3D modeling on Burn the Subs on the VODs that are going up that some representative of AutoCAD has actually contacted me about whether or not I want a creator's license for AutoCAD, which I don't know if I do because my educational edition is pretty nice. If I need to, I guess I can go to that, but that means I need to do one AutoCAD a month video. Otherwise, I lose the license. So I don't know if I want to be under that sort of window. And actually, to be fair, they probably don't deactivate it as readily. But I don't know what that license would bring. It would probably bring all kinds of functionality that, frankly, I don't need out of CAD. I don't need to have every single thing that it offers. I'd rather be more relatable to you guys by having something closer to the free edition, because then, the capabilities are the same. Otherwise, like I don't have the file limitations. So I've got like 1 billion files in my AutoCAD stuff. What up, cosine? Somebody attacked me with a metal pipe on Halloween, and I blocked a few hits with my hand. Like I said, what the hell is going on up there in Canada? Why is it like You're probably watching the Fallout show and like, man, the news is a little weird today. Like, does watching previous streams on Twitch get you money? No, not on Twitch, and not on YouTube either, because there's not enough people watching the old streams to really garner any cash. If I were like a Tomato and people actually watched my streams for fun in volume, then yeah, I could probably monetize that channel. It would be questionable because the intro music 2 years ago was copyrighted. I was playing DJ mixes that were playing music that has copyright on it, and so there have been some actions. Like there was one portion of music that I cut out because it limited broadcast to Russia, and it was actually a classical music. It was a classical song performed by an orchestra, and I guess the Russians are like, not on my watch. But yes, it's just weird stuff like that. I'm making VODs. I'm uploading the old VODs because Twitch hangs onto them for about a month and then they just get thrown in the garbage. So all of these VODs going back to 2021, I think, are now being uploaded. I'm about halfway. 6 and 6 is 12. I'm a little less than halfway. I have only a little bit to go, but it's 160 streams. So here, there is a command for that if I have my Twitch window up. Ah, crap. Okay, hold on. I gotta unplug the keyboard. I just spilled a bunch of water on the keyboard. Yeah, beautiful. All right, backup keyboard. This is your job. While this thing dries off, I have no control over my screen. Do exclamation point VOD, and that'll give you the channel. This happens sometimes. Yeah. My poor keyboard. You know, the ones that just went up, the VODs that just went up, are me repairing this kind of stuff. by going with, what is it called again? QMS. Quick Mechanical. My audio. We can test to see if my other 10 keyless works. If it doesn't work, that means I need to make that Quick Mechanical Keyboard system as well, QMS. First, I got to get the water up. This is what I get for not bringing down a plastic glass. A viewer actually got me one of those no spill suction cup glasses. Remember when I opened a seltzer and it fizzed everywhere on my keyboard? It became sentient and started typing shit on its own. That's why I immediately unplugged this thing, because that's what happens. The rows and columns start getting confused, and when you hit one button, it hits like 16. Yeah, that happens. And the keyboard that I've replaced, that I put QMS on, doesn't do that. Go Gadget backup keyboard. It's right here. Your poor keyboard. Look, it died a warrior's death, all right? Went to Stovo Core with honor. Let's just try this one. This is one that I needed to resurrect. Because I spilled on it, and it died. I now have multiple spilled on keyboards. Of course, I watched a Tomato stream once where he spilled shit on his keyboard, unplugged it, orders a new one, and then pulls one off of the shelf. Just instantly like that. I guess because it's just an occupational hazard, and he's got an attitude of having extras of everything, which is something that I've had to build up over quite a bit of time, but having extras just ready to go. So he's got like a keyboard on deck just in case, which is, I mean, as a game streamer, that's a smart thing to do. Does this keyboard work? Try to type something into chat. It does not work at all. It is completely dead. How did it completely die? Wow, that is so dead. I'm always finding keyboards I don't realize I had. That's fun. Try to plug it in again. Nothing. How is this one so dead? This is just like the keyboard that I turned into a QMS keyboard, which I'm getting now. I have to go get it right now. Well, no, this isn't the one that I spilled on. This one isn't wet. This one is just dead. And I don't know what killed it. I don't know why they die so easily. These seem, the code 10 keyless just kind of, well, that's moisture, and then they die. They just die. So I don't know what's with that. Why are you like this? But when I resurrected my code 10 keyless, because again, I have like Stockholm syndrome for these accessories. Yeah, these are mechanical. I've got cherry clear on these, on both of them. And then don't buy the keys from 10 keyless. Get a double shot PBT or whatever from Amazon. And I got gray keys on the other keyboard, and they're perfect. They have the right weight to them. They're quiet with rubber bands on them. And then for some reason, like doing one of these in QMS is like impossible. You have to do all of this tiny little soldering to get it to work. I can do it. I wouldn't suggest anybody go out and buy this keyboard because it dies so easily. They did not do a good job. The brain is right here. It's sort of right under this area, and it's low down on the plane of the thing, so water tends to pool right around it, and it explodes. Yeah, I mean, just go get a Dell keyboard, right? Linear cherry reds. That's where I started, and then the clears are just a little bit different than the reds. Yeah, and I don't do the clickety clackety thing because it gets in the way of pressing, and it's loud. I don't mind annoying everybody around me, but I get annoyed by my own sounds. Everything in here is designed to be quiet. So this is the one that I put QMS on. It's got my special keys. It also has food on it, and it's disgusting. Wow, okay. Wow. I have not seen this keyboard in the light for some time. Do I still have air in here? No. All right, turning on the compressor. This is going to be a big cloud of disgusting stuff. Can't remember what the cherry blue is the clickety ones. Some asshole had one near my desk, so I got one to piss them off. For some reason, these mechanical keyboard nerds are all about the amount of force. Like they for some reason they want like a workout to use their keyboard. I tried that once. I had a Model M. I had a Model M growing up. I had the keyboard, the mechanical keyboard, with buckling springs, and that was before everybody was into keyboards. That was a long time ago. There is dog hair in every corner of this keyboard, and it's disgusting me. We'll get the book out in just a second. I meant to be doing that, but when I reached for the keyboard, I hit a glass that was conveniently placed right there. Dumb. 175 key. I like my 10 keyless because I like having the freedom of space for the mouse to operate. Boy, this thing is a mess. All right, here we go. Let's turn this compressor off so it doesn't turn on later and scare the shit out of me. I almost pooped the last time that happened. I saw a couple chunks. Is that beard? That's beard hair. That's not a pube. It's beard hair. That's beard hair. That's beard hair. I'm not fielding any questions at the moment, all right? Definitely beard hair. I'm gonna get a sanitary wipe on this thing too. I gotta wipe my butt keyboard. I thought there was somebody else down here with me. I heard somebody come down the stairs, so I was censoring what I was saying. I have some optical keyboards. No click force necessary. I don't like no force. I like to know that I'm hitting a key. And actually resting my hand on the keyboard is kind of an important thing that I do. Clean up after finding it. Don't put it in quotes. We've done streams where I've washed my whole keyboard out. Just take the whole thing apart and wash it. But this is the QMS keyboard that I built 2 years ago. And it's still functioning just fine. I have not done all the features that I meant to put into it, though. I wanted to have the little keyboard come up on the screen, and I wanted to have the screen be a little bit more installed than it is right now. It sort of needs more stuff around it. I need to put something up in front of the screen, and I don't know what. I don't know how to do that. I could probably 3D print something, and it would have sort of a weird zigzag line pattern, but you can 3D print stuff to be clear. You just have to do your settings in a particular way. The PETG would probably be pretty good for that. Okay, that should not be the color that I'm getting off of it. That's that's disgusting. don't know if you guys remember Rob Oz's keyboard video. That's pretty much where this one was, in that state. Okay, so now that I have a keyboard, of course I don't need it. I don't need it now because the VOD channel's already been advertised. Fingers are grimy. Yeah, that's true. Especially around here, around these parts. Around these parts, these fingers are greasy. Here's my keyboard. Still functioning just fine. And now it's clean. Now with the added cleanliness. My God. I haven't done clear, but I really like Zero Brand's translucent. I've been using Polymaker, and the Polymaker transparent gets like cloudy, very cloudy, with all the little aberrations from doing layers. But you can take advantage of that and actually make stuff that is meant to diffuse light, like the Twitch TV Oh Bother thing is a dual color print with the clear behind it, and that clear eventually gets as milky as my reservoir. Why am I describing my reservoir as milky? That's really disturbing. But it'll get that milky kind of translucent nature, and if you put an LED behind it, it diffuses it quite nicely. And so I've used that for a lot of different things. You know, like Channel Point Fart Box is one of them. Okay, but if I print on glass and I do like one layer, that'll be see-through. And so I think that'll be a good thing to do here. I can redo this part by having it sit on glass and then have that one layer of clear and then switch over to gray for the the surround. Okay, where are we? Well, okay, it's Friday. Welcome to Friday, everybody. I'm glad to have y'all here, especially the people who just put me on as background while they're working. I appreciate that greatly. I didn't wipe the mouse off. Hold on a second. I'm a nasty son of a bitch. Let me unnastify this mouse. Oh, good. I got the right plug. I have a 7-port hub that sits around this corner over here. I'm going to denastify this thing while I have the wipes. You can see the discoloration from my greasy burger hands. Yeah, welcome to Friday. I do really appreciate you guys for hanging out with me. It was like, modern hospitals have been using coatings of nano brass? Have they? That seems like a bit much. I know that brass tends to be antimicrobial. Oh, this is going to come up. There's going to be a picture of a hand on this. Yeah. Disgusting. You guys are wondering how nasty I am. I'm here to show you. I don't know about nano coatings. I do know that wiping down with sanitary wipes and having brass furniture on stuff like doorknobs and the like are protocol. But then again, hospitals are also supposed to be a little bit cold because that helps sort of stem the spread of bacteria, mold, viruses, and yet they're always too hot. Always, they're always too hot. Particulates are at the nano level. They're super antimicrobial. Ah, that's interesting. Heard silver was also in there. I think that's werewolves you're thinking of. So what's the deal, Bother? What are we doing? Why are we not doing anything right now? Well, when you start cleaning, you make a clean spot, and then you have to spread the clean spot around in order to have an effective cleaning effort. So that's what I just did, even though I can still see my fingerprint on this thing. Here's the deal. I got this big book. And this big book is full of all kinds of circuits. And we looked through the book last week on Friday, the last time I streamed. We looked through this big old book, big F-off book, and it had some pretty cool stuff in it from 1974. So this is a compilation of circuits from 1974 that all are just something you can build. Well, they're not all something you can build because some of the high power laser stuff is very much not something you can build. We found out that there was a component out of, a component that is a vacuum tube that can switch 40,000 volts at a moment's notice, right? And it has a radiation, a type of radioactive material in it in order to stabilize the switch. So we can't do those circuits. We can't do those circuits. Apparently, they're also something that nuclear bombs use. We are not making nuclear bombs, though. No, we are making the silly little circuits that are in this book. Now, we've been through a lot of this. There is still stuff to discover in here, but since I haven't had time to look through this book, we stumbled upon last week an audio circuit that was meant to give you, I guess, like an audio that you would listen to and it would put you in a trance. It's basically just a different type of food packaging laced with nano lead. What the hell kind of nano shit do you? This is getting conspiratorial. You're starting to tell me about colloidal silver and like drinking bleach. Lunchables, the sign of the devil. Don't eat the wrapper. Listen, I'm an American. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm not going to make that promise. Don't eat the wrapper. I'm going to eat the wrapper now. I'm doing that. You'll see. You'll all see. There are a lot of really awesome circuits in here, and they're very simple because they're all from 1974. You're not going to find a basic stamp within 500 miles of this book, which is good. It's good for us. It's good for building these simple circuits because these are simple things. These are all like analog. There's also allergens inside of this book. This is a very old book. These circuits are something that we can take and build and just kind of play around with. And so I'm hoping that on Fridays, at least for a couple Fridays, we can find circuits in here that we can build and then just have a good time doing it. We found out that, you know, the motivations of some of these circuit builders are quite suspect. They seem to be kind of an evil bunch. They're all about making beeping noises, like against somebody's will, and we've got circuits for like hiding your wife's body and stuff. It's just some really zany shit is going on in these books. Like if you look at the science fair circuits, there's some where it's like plug a transformer into the wall and you know, electrocute your teacher. It's like, what are you people doing? You're supposed to be acceptable. There's an acceptable amount of anything. It's just you're probably talking about parts per billion. So anyway, we've got an index here. Oh, and look, it's all the sources of who put together yeah. All these circuits are from magazines and stuff, because back in the day you could subscribe to like a newspaper or a magazine. Remember those things? And they would come with like, oh, here's the circuit of the week, because it's some like, you know, like IEEE has a publication, right? And they've had it for a long time. So they'll include stuff like this stuff in there. So a lot of these are from IEEE. There's some from other sources as well. I don't know if Nuts and Volts was going. How long has Nuts and Volts been going? It's been a long time. Watch out for those EE pranksters. Yeah. I hacked into your heart meter. Like, no. You get all of the personality quirks of the electrical engineering crowd, and you guys know that there are quirks. There are certain levels of interaction that the EE crowd are not familiar with, and you mix that with the ability to create voltages that can harm somebody, and a prank goes in an entirely sideways direction. What's the title of the book? I don't know how much this thing costs these days, but this is Guidebook of Electronic Circuits. And this one's from 1974. Let me know if you find a dollar amount associated. This is from John Marcus. He's got a screw loose, I think. Actually, he seems to be pretty much normal, but my wife thanks you. Is she single? No. All right. So let's take a look here. We're looking at audio circuits today, right? I want to make this thing that wibbles sound around in a hypnotic way. Big Mark dropping the knowledge. When we looked at this last week, FK, we found out some things about Mark that were a little bit troubling. And actually, he's totally, Short Lurker looked him up. He's totally fine. He's a perfectly fine, normal person. I'm not trying to slander the good name of John Marcus, but it is funny some of the groupings of circuits that are categorized in the way that they are. Like, there are an abnormal amount of like, make somebody think they're crazy kinds of circuits in here. Sound Wiggler, Audio Form Jiggler. That's right. Muff Wiggler had to change their whole forum name to Mod Wiggler, which is very disappointing. But anyway, we're hoping to wiggle things of that nature, I suppose, if that's what you like to do. So let's look up audio digital. No. Amplifier circuits. No. Audio compressor, no. Audio control, no. Automatic gain, no. Automotive, okay, okay. We've already run out of A for audio. What was the other one? Medical circuits? My girlfriend thanks you, but my wife will hate you, yeah. Okay, we're looking at, well, there was hobby circuits and medical circuits. I think medical circuits is where we found it. Let's look up metal detector, motor control, music control, music controlled light circuit. That's kind of cool. That's what I used to do. Noise circuits. Oh, let's avoid that chapter at all costs. What was I doing? Medical circuits. 481. 481. 600. Ugh. 497. This thing is cool. Like I've been sitting on this book for many years, and I think it was about time to get around to it. Oh, there's like 60 different hearing aid circuits in here too. I know there's a noise section, which is something that will have to be explored at some point, but this thing isn't about noise. This thing is about making, I guess, pleasing audio tones. Good question. Good question. Where did I pick this book up? So let's take a look at the medical circuits, and I think inside of this one somewhere is going to be the pleasing noise, whatever, hypnotic circuit. Let's get some light on this thing. All right, let's see. So, hearing aid, transmitter tone for the blind, electroencephalophone. I actually think this might be it. Constant current pump, neural analog, used to stimulate activity of neurons. What the fuck? I think that one might be it. Let's just take a look. Amplifier, voice alarm for deaf mother, pulsar for cardiac catheter. See how relevant this is to the hobbyist? So for cardiac catheter, of course. This is 1974. I'm sure 75 is just about the same. Blood pressure simulator. Egg contour graph. What the hearing aid. Blood pump drive. Jeez. Yeah, these are from like publications though. Like, where'd the mother circuit come from? Let's see. Where's that one? Encephalograph, recording level indicator, hearing aid, ham station. Some of these were out of a book that was about like circuits for the blind. Voice alarm for deaf mother. Howard W. Sams, Indianapolis, Indiana. Easy audio projects. Oh, 101 easy audio projects. I didn't watch much Mad TV. I don't have those chops, those referential chops. I'm tired of screaming at her. What else do we have? Ear stimulator. Oh, I think this is it. Yeah, sinusoidal audio signature, linearly modulated to generate tone bursts. So we're going to try this one out and maybe modify it a little bit. This one is so very simple. So what do we have here? We got 12 volts in ground. We have a 6 volt Zener. So we're rectifying at 6 volts. The op amp is, we're swinging these two, right? Our 3 volt peak to peak audio is coming out here. There's way too many beeper circuits in here. Electroencephalophone. I guess, is that those things that are like, I think so. 6 volt pulse triggering to negative 12 here. So I think we're positive negative 12. Wait a minute. This thing takes an input sine wave with 3 volts peak to peak. Then it's not creating the wave. It's just modulating this one. What the deuce? What's going on here? Sinusoidal audio signals are linearly modulated to generate tone bursts of controlled duration and shape for audio research. The Modulator uses transistor differential pair Q1, Q2 with Q3, blah, blah, blah. Article also gives a circuit of trapezoidal generator providing modulating waveform responses of flat to 50 kilohertz. So you have to build a bunch of other stuff on this. Well, that was the joke from last week. Hey, RYG, how you doing? The joke from last week was that these are tomes of knowledge and everything is stored in runes. They've coded everything behind runes. Why is my focal distance so small? You sent me the clip. All right, I'll watch it some other time. Right now I'm streaming. Yeah, it's weird. The focal distance is so weird on this camera for right now. So this is part of a larger circuit, and it requires a specific. Is that an op amp or what is this? That is an op amp, but it's a very specific one. I wonder if the other parts of the circuit are in this book. Does this feel, it's like my hands are dry. Because we've got a 6-volt trapezoidal pulse coming in, and then we have a 3-volt peak-to-peak sinusoid wave. Maybe we need to go into the wave generators first. What part number? It's MC1437L. Although this says it's RCA CA3006. Oh, that's the transistor. 2N638. I mean, we're going to be building this with generic parts, but we need a sine generator and we need a trapezoidal wave generator. I wonder if we need to find other parts of the book in order to make these. If we go into tone generators and we're looking for IEEE trans on biomedical engineering from 1970. Evoked response research. Auditory evoked response research. IEEE. Because this isn't the whole thing. That's so weird. Audible thermometer. You imagine your blind neighbor gets his friend to build a bunch of these circuits for them, and you are serenaded with a series of beeps and clicks from the apartment above yours. Just constantly. So we're going to look at waveform generation. Let's see what we can find. I would have liked to be building these circuits, but yeah. MC1458N? I don't know. So, I mean, what are we making? We're making either audio wave, audio control, amplifier. It'd be like a waveform thing, but I don't think W is not very heavily listed here. Temperature controlled transistor trigger, ultrasonic voltage controlled oscillator. That might be what we're looking for. Voltage controlled oscillator, page 997. You guys just remember to come back to this one. I'm so like I don't know what it is about me, but I love this whole thing of like TV show gets released and then a bunch of neckbeards, a bunch of white guys with big beards to start arguing about it stupidly. It's happened a lot, and they have bungled a lot of game related properties, but I love how much Fallout just completely nailed it, because it's not hard to get Fallout right. Was it 997 or 977? Voltage controlled out 997. Man, they were waiting for the good stuff all the way back here. But like, it is actually lore accurate. They thought that they snubbed New Vegas because New Vegas fans have nothing to do but gripe, and it turns out they didn't. And also, nobody's like media literate anymore. They just didn't know that, like, maybe you have an unreliable narrator. Huh? Unreliable narrator? The gathering of the neckbeards has begun. Wait until the whole season's out to binge. It is out. The whole season's out. That's it. We don't get any more Fallout for another year. It's all there. It's all out. They didn't do a weekly release. They did a binge release. And I think that was a big mistake. Because it would have been cooler if everybody could speculate about what would happen next week. all they did was confirm the canon ending. Well, it's more ambiguous because in between the different things, they show like dilapidated scenery that's devoid of life. That's just the artistic direction that they were going in. But in addition to that, it also like it actually does fit. Like it's like Todd is confirmed, but the neckbeards still just want to cry about stuff. This one is fairly. These are fairly complicated. We're at the back of the book now. Got triangle waves, we got square waves. I'm wondering if we can find IEEE 1970 on this one. 1971, what is that one? Frequency applications of field effect transistors. Range control circuit, ±5. Oh. This is a long title. Comparator and multivibrator, add up to a linear VCO. Electronics Magazine, August 17th, 1970. So this is actually a VCO, voltage controlled oscillator. Neat. Saw the first episode, looked awesome. I'll probably eventually watch it. Yeah, it was really good. They did a really good job on it. Is it okay? Blah, blah, blah. Saw the first episode. About what specifically? What? Huh? Okay. 100 kilohertz crystal and VCO. Output of U1 is divided by 10. So voltage controlled oscillators are not just a thing for synthesizers, right? The VCOs that we're working on and building are specifically for audio waves. They take 1 volt per note and output that. But voltage controlled oscillators in electrical engineering take on tons of different forms, because if you have a voltage level, for instance, somebody's voice or a bit of data, and you put it into a voltage controlled oscillator, you will turn those into different frequencies. And if those frequencies are high enough, you've got a frequency modulated radio. So in order to do radio transmission, you use an oscillator. Or if you're timing something, you use an oscillator, things like that. Gotcha. Well, I think they said all the endings were canon, even though I think they conflict with one another. Input DC. So I'm looking for a circuit from 1970 that's either able to make that ramp. Because, like, I have one frequency generator in here, and it's that thing. And this thing could probably make the ramp, but it probably, the trapezoidal signal might not come through properly. But we could inject a 3-volt peak-to-peak signal into our circuit with that. It's just that trapezoidal one is bothering me. I mean, basically, we would make a triangle wave generator with a cutoff. Say that at the end of everything Fallout until the next Fallout thing comes out. Yeah, that's true. They will just say that until the show actually shows something canonized. That is true. They will just say, yeah, this is fine. Everything's fine. Which is their right to do. But I mean, they're doing right by that show. That show's really good. They did a good job. Sweeper ramp generator. Output to JK flip-flop. That's not what we're looking for. Square wave VCO. VCO for a high-pass filter. Varactor tuned. I don't know. Is there waveform generator? Circuits? Is that... We need, like, waveform circuits. But there's no W's in here. Voltage switching circuits, voltage level detector, voltage controlled oscillator, ultrasonic, trigger, transmitter, transceiver, timer, 3-phase control, test circuits, solid state, and general. Well, let's look up test circuits. Maybe it's in test circuits. There's also television and telephone. Those are very relevant. Test circuits, solid state, 935. 935. I wish they would made Fallout 5 instead of Starfield. That's a fairly common thing that's going around now, that opinion. I know, people were saying like 2035 for Fallout 5. Would they, the question is though, would they make a Fallout 5 like Fallout 76? Because I would very much like it to not be a Fallout 76. 935. Sorry, I forgot the page number. Depressing state of things. Hey, what's up, Pyro? How you doing? Speaking of depressing, no, I'm just kidding. 935, 935. Overshot. Holy hell. That is a hell of a diagram. $935, solid state test circuits. I wanted to make this audio wibbling circuit, but it required a bunch of external waveforms to go into it. How am I, streamer? I'm just as tired. I was crawling around on the floor all day trying to get a singular wire through the wall, and I failed. So I don't feel very successful. So I kind of wanted to win today by doing some of these big book of circuits, but the first circuit that I wanted to look at requires a bunch of external stuff. Transistor tester, SCR tester, transistor testing dial. See, this does not look like we're making test signals. This looks like we're figuring out if stuff works. Transistor circuit, current gain rather. FET4, transconductance, curve tracer. So these are fairly useful in an electronics lab, but they're not what we're looking for. We're looking for like fixed wave generation. Chat's always fine. Chat's always fine. They're a good group. They got good heads on their shoulders, except for that one. That one's a total fucking asshole. Oh shit, this thing's on. Let's see. Threshold tester, transistor current gain, thyristor, Thimaster, FET tester, matching transistors, NPN, breakdown. Oh, that's cool. So NPN transistor breakdown. This is a way to create noise. This is actually a way to create noise by taking advantage of the microcurrent properties of transistors. Microcurrent properties. I didn't know about that like last week. Wait. Oh, it's the NPN and the PNP version. The only thing that changes is the transistor's a different transistor. Okay. It's the exact same circuit. They just flipped it. Pinch off voltage. Leakage current. High frequency gain. These are about testing specific things. These are about testing very specific things. Wait. Parameter display. Nope. Not the right thing. Not the right thing. I'm looking for the right thing. FET leakage current. We all have a little bit of leakage when you get to my age. Let's see here. FET tester. Okay, so these aren't what I needed. 3-phase control circuits. Boy, howdy, do we not need that. I mod for a bigger streamer, I win. Not in this space. You're in my house. That's a big-ass book. Yeah, this is my big fuck-off book of circuits. I should probably watch my language, but this is Twitch, right? Like advertisers. One of my biggest pet peeves is that Twitch came about as this sort of viewer-driven content thing where people would fund, a streamer, right, directly, and there weren't ads. And so things were not taken into sort of the Protestant ad people's perspective of what is acceptable to broadcast in media. This is new media, remaking all the rules. So on Twitch, people were cursing. They were saying all kinds of bullshit, right? Because they can, because it's a free platform and you're allowed to curse. Moving videos over to YouTube and having Twitch be driven by advertisers means that they get their tendrils into everything, and then we suddenly have this whole movement of people coming onto Twitch, and I swear, man, this is like 5 years ago, but I swear they must have been bots. But there were people that would join chat and go, "Oh my God, could you please watch your language?" And they would like push morality onto the streamer for not saying the naughty no-no words. And like the naughty no-no words are just agreed upon words that we have like alternate meanings for. So like Riz could become a curse word at some point. I'm so happy I only want to post time lapses of art to YouTube. Well, I'm going to be cutting my videos and like talking over them so that I can talk about the projects that I've built. So that's in the safety realm of do not need to curse. But still, to just like be funny and entertaining, I loved that Twitch allowed people to say the no-no words. But now it's like Yeah, Riz is charisma. Yeah, that's all Riz is. There's a mod for Fallout 4 that replaces charisma with just the word Riz. Stream trolls always trying to ruin the fun. Well, they gave up on that a little while ago. I haven't seen one of those comment messages in like 6 years. But for a while, it was people coming in and concern trolling about curse words. Nowadays, people are policed by the rule that you have to have 30 seconds of your video without curses. Otherwise, YouTube says, "Ooh, that was a no-no word. That's a naughty no-no word. You can't say that." And it's like, why can't I say that? It's, well, because we can't buy ads for your. Well, right now, ads are being put on my VODs against my will, and I'm not getting any money from it. YouTube gets all the money from the ads that they put on it. So the no-no words are going to stay on my non-monetized content. But it's like no-no words in music are just like anathema. And they didn't, this is pulling back this new media. It's keeping the new media too much like the old media, where you have to watch ads, where you have to, mute the ads in order to not get the brain rot that's associated with having the same sort of content over and over again. That's been vetted by psychologists in order to be as pleasing to their product and getting people to buy their product as possible, right? They have hordes of people who know sort of human mentality on their side, and we just get this drivel sort of shoveled onto us over and over again. Broadcast TV has gotten a lot worse too. There's almost no variation in the ads. There's only a few companies that can really like afford to advertise there. Twitch is a little better, probably cheaper ads. I saw an ad the other day for 3D printer filament, and I was like, all right, if I have to be advertised to, I'd prefer it to be something like that. But it didn't used to be like that. It used to be people driving the content creators that they like by giving them money directly. But now everybody watches ads. It's depressing. I don't know. I needed like 4,000 concurrent watch hours or something, and I was getting close to that. Rob would let me time you out. Even Robaz has no power here. He's not a moderator. He's just a normal viewer. I don't even think he might be VIP. I don't know if I gave him VIP. Okay, I'm losing my voice. Radar circuits, receiver circuits, pulse generator. Here we go. Pulse shaping and generation, 661 to 674. So let's go to 661 and figure out what's going on. You need 1,000 subs. I don't even think one of my videos got 500 views because I was the daily upload thing is like crack to the algorithm. And I've kept that daily upload going for, what was it? 200 days about? Yeah, about 200 days. It's going to stop eventually, but 661. Could you imagine making 5-hour videos daily? 57, 69, 666. Oh, what is on the devil's page? Whoa. What are these circuits? That fucker pays me an exposure yet never raids. You've gotten about 10 times the amount of Rabaz raids than I've ever gotten. Not that I don't actually mind, but it's you're streaming at about the right time usually for him to pile on. Y'all got any more of those uploads? Oh God, I can't even imagine. Okay, what does Satana have for us? 1 Hertz shift pulse generator. Free running multi-vibrator may also be used as a trigger generator from a digital integrated circuit training aid. What? 500 kilohertz with 4-layer diode. 25,000 PPS in 6 ranges. What is, huh? And a tunnel diode oscillator. That actually looks close to what we want. Oh, 0.45 volts, not quite. Yeah, I think these pulse generator circuits are going to be the ticket, but it looks like the PPS is pulse per second. Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. 25,000 PPs in 6 ranges. 6 ranges for that many PPs. I've never seen that many PPs before. I wonder what my count of PPs viewed is. I'd have to get to my own stats page. Many people like Bike. Yeah, that's well, Bike's on at about that time, so I want him to raid Uwo's lab, Uwo Slab, Because if he's rated his people into my content before, and I've managed to hold on to a couple of them, and it would be interesting to see how Uo Slab captures them. Okay, pulse generator circuit. So for our circuit, oh, my arm! Where's our audio generating? Oh God, where was that? That was in medical. I can't believe we have to cross-reference stuff. This really is like alchemy. Yeah, 80% of my active chatters are from Rabaz. It's the people who say hi at the beginning of streams are the Rabaz people for me. They say hi and then they go watch Rabaz. We're looking at medical circuits, 481. I should have put a sticky note in there, but medical circuits. All right, so now we're looking for the audio wibulator, which is this, and it's got this very thin style of schematic, very thin lines on it. You can see there's different schematic styles. They're getting the schematics from different sources. Well, these are from the same thing, but like you can see how the styles vary. Some of the symbols vary, and some of them are thin lines, some of them are thicker lines. So get those two. I usually say hi, heading to bed now, but lurking. Yeah. Oh, Buck, I remember those. Yeah. We found this big fucking book in a junkyard under a tin of beans. And we're taking a look at what these runes mean. So I'm trying to make, what am I trying to make? I'm trying to make a 3-volt peak-to-peak sign and a 6-volt like trapezoidal thing. At what rate? Linear, okay, so I think maybe a couple of these circuits, maybe more than a couple of these circuits, they don't really expect you to make. I think they just show them off, and they don't give you enough information to make them. Yeah, it doesn't say the frequency, does it? Sinusoidal audio signal blah 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 blah. Q4 article also gives circuit of a trapezoidal generator providing modulating waveform. Response is flat to 50 kilohertz per volt. Stevenson, sinusoidal. Let's just look up sinusoidal burst generator for auditory evoked response research. God, that's a mouth fucking full. Here, you hold my page. Hey, yeah, go do your thing. Go do your thing. Good having you. This related to the modular synth? Not really, but if it is audio, it can be. There's potential for it to be. But this is more like, I just want to build a circuit and have something cool happen, and I want to do it on a level that you guys can understand, right? I want to do this on a level that the random people from Rabaz's gaming stream will be able to at least glean a little bit of stuff off of on how we do things here, right? Because it's better that I reach out to the most number of people that I can. So we're searching exactly what this thing says. And that would be sinusoidal. Oh God, it's nice to have a big keyboard. Sinusoidal burst generator for audio research. So it's, what was it again? Okay, I'm going to remind myself of what it was. Sinusoidal burst generator for auditory evoked response. Auditory. That's a mouthful. Sinusoidal burst generator for auditory evoked. And here it is. fkin, SBL, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then can actually get to a simple simulator has been devised in which sinusoidal signals in the auditory range in the audio range are linearly modulated to generate tone bursts of controlled duration and shape for auditory research. They even took that from the jeez. The stimulator comprises of a transistor differential pair modulator whose differential collector voltage is a product of the voltage applied to the base and the emitter current. Trapezoidal generator is provided for the moving waveform. The output is greater than 60 dB above noise and switching transients, and the on-off ratio is greater than 60 dB up to 50 kilohertz. The frequency response is a flat 50 kilohertz, and there's no appreciable distortion. The trapezoidal generator has equal rise and fall time. Could you imagine just digging around with circuits and making kind of like a cool noise, and then just like getting a PhD from that? Hey, students, you want to listen to something really weird? Come on into my lab. So the question is, are we able to actually see this article, or are we they're gonna try to get me to buy it? Transactions and biomedical article influence. I don't care about this. What is this? I don't know if this works. You can use Sci-Hub. How do I do that? Yeah, no, I don't think any of this is useful. Sci-Hub. Really? None of this stuff. Sci-Hub.se. Okay, all right, hold on. So I take the DOI. I do sci-hub.se/DOI. Did I put a slash in there? Oh, there's already a slash in the DOI. Ten 1109 Timby, etc. I'm trying. Oh, you just put the DOI instead of the. Okay, so that's where I messed up. Oh, that's maybe without the Timby. I don't think 1109 is going to give us the no. Or am I doing the TM bit 1970 450 29 whatever? I don't know how to do this. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh yeah, typos. It's a different keyboard. Sci-Hub SE, and let's just put the whole thing back in. Well, what do we have here? Oh dear God, there's a lot of stuff here. Oh, this is from the previous one. Okay, so ours is here. Sinusoidal burst generator for auditory evoked response research. This is how you pirate scientific research? I'll call the author. Send them an email, although I don't know if they're still around, if they were making circuits in 1970. For a study in which quantitative relationships between stimuli and response parameters are developed in order to employ more reliably the auditory evoked response as an audiometric tool. Jesus Christ, these words. An inexpensive auditory simulator which would generate a trapezoidal modulated sine wave was required. Cool. Okay. Cool. Brule Story Co. That's just a VCO. Sort of. Also, I guess a shape generator, but that's some cool stuff. I guess we can play around with it. Yeah, pirating 1970s circuits. So here's the circuit exactly from the book. They didn't include the waveforms, but where is this stuff coming from? Oh, look, it's a much more complicated circuit. Dear God. So if we use plus minus 12 volts in this thing, it looks like everybody's sourcing off of 12 volts. I may have to get the big piece of breadboard. HD 180. I'm just doing an assessment of parts here. A flip-flop and a NAND. I have NAND gates. Monostable shaper 342CJ. Data sheet. Don't think so. Card edge connector. Flat top duration, monostable. Damn it! These specialty parts might bite us in the ass. Like the op amps are fine. I can find op amps all day, right? We can find normal old op amps, but stuff like a monostable shaper and a flat top duration monostable didn't have room for anything else to stay. You're monostable, monostable, whatever. Plus the -4 level, rise and fall time, and then we got a 6-volt Zener. I mean, you could probably just buy a chip that does all of this stuff, right? Monostable multivibrator. Okay. The trailing edge of the monostable output is shaped by another monostable and is applied to the lower NAND gate. What a monostable multivibrator. Can I Google this without invoking what I think I'm probably going to invoke? Monostable multivibrator, basic electronics tutorials. Sometimes you got to go to the basic electronics tutorials. 74 LSO2, I probably have that. It's for exciting a lonely horse. Uh-oh, I saw that the other day. Oh, do I really have to get the 555s out? I hate 555s. They're so obsolete. They weren't obsolete when this thing was published, but they are now. So, what are the properties of this? Just one stable, yeah. 74121 is a decent monostable that still exists. I don't know if I've got a 74121. Let's take a look at the 74 series circuits that I have. You guys may not know this about me, but I have quite a few. Where did they go? Maybe I don't. Maybe I lost them. Where did they go? They were out just a minute ago. I think they're somewhere in this crap. All this crap that I have out. 7400 series. You can't hide for long. You gotta breathe sometime. They're in a very awkward box, so I should be able to find them pretty easily. This turned out to be more of a research day than a building circuits day, huh? I expected to very quickly build this circuit and then be like, well, what now? But it turns out it's a lot more complicated than we thought. There are parts of the circuit that I wanted to build that are like hidden away. And it seems like the same functionality can be gotten to with different components. I mean, we could probably have cooked up something that does what this thing does now that we've seen. Yeah, I bought somebody's stockpile of 7400 series circuits because I used to have a ton of these things, but they've gone to the wind. I decided that I didn't need them, which was a mistake because the 7400 series is awesome. You could just exist in 5 volts and do all kinds of really cool stuff. And oh, they were right here the whole time. The 7400 series can do a lot of really interesting stuff. It's all just logic gates, right? There's a drum machine that somebody developed for Hackaday. Well, it was published on Hackaday at some point, and that was all using 7400 series. So there was no software. Use them to stop getting notes stuck on my MIDI drum robot. Really? How did it unstick the notes? Ah, yes, in the original styrofoam. Ow. It's monostable. Oh, I see. It likes being off. Interesting. So we were looking for the 74... What? Which one was that? Hold on, let me get the book out of here. The book needs to... We already have everything we need from the book. If the whole article... If the book turned out to be useless for this one. Book, you go here. Oh, jeez, that's a big book. Okay, so monostable, multivibrator. The one that was mentioned is 74121. We're looking for a 121. These are not organized. That kind of hurts too. I should probably have alphabetized these, because then I'd know that I don't have it. SGS Thompson is the Thompson made the gun of the same name. I don't even know what that is. A lot of 1980s going on there? Yeah. Well, it's when the 74 was at its heyday. What was it again? 12S? I know what a Tommy gun is, but why is that coming up in conversation? Where's Thompson coming from? Are you guys just spitting random facts? I missed the banner, but legalize nuclear bombs? Hell yeah, brother. Bling wizards. Or what was it again? Hold on, I gotta look something up. I don't remember the exact. I listened to this for like a week straight. DJ Smokey. It was like, oh damn it! I'm not. All I'm finding is stuff about legalizing nuclear bombs now, because that took on its own mean. Yeah, I probably 121. Yeah, I probably have a couple. Oh, I see. The 121 was that number evoked Thompson things. It just seemed like it was out of left field because I'm on like 7 frequencies right now. I got the bling wizard stuck in my head. 121. I'm not seeing no 121s. Oh, because there's some SGS chips in there. Okay, so that's even more eclectic. That's even less something that I'm paying attention to. 121. 112. Remember, if you're off by one number, that doesn't mean that it's only slightly less of the part you're looking for. It means it's a totally different part. That one looks patriotic. It's like I was probably 2-1. Damn it! I was probably tripping over those chips, the multi-vibrator chips. I probably had like 7 of them. 112. 123. Is it expressly forbidden to use, like, have nuclear bombs? I think they might actually just be legal, just by virtue of the fact that nobody is really producing them. Like, yeah, maybe international law would mention something. I mean, you certainly would have other governments sniffing up your ass if you make a nuclear bomb, but I mean, like, nothing, I don't think anything's preventing you. I guess the FBI got involved with the nuclear cowboy, so that's probably where they draw the line. A little bit of radioactive material goes a long way. No, nobody's actually built a nuclear bomb. They've made stuff that resembles it. I mean, I guess, okay, governments are people, and those scientists that created the actual nuclear bombs. So somebody has made a nuclear bomb, a lot of somebody's, but somebody in their backyard, I don't think so. The technology isn't all that difficult. It's the getting the materials, and then the getting the timing right is a big thing. I just want to get one of those high voltage switches. Those seem pretty cool. I don't have any high voltages to switch. I'm certainly not making a nuclear bomb. I don't see a 121 in here though. 79, 174, 107, 125, 138. These are supposed to be much simpler circuits that we were trying today, but we got kind of into the weeds because something was audio related, and I wanted to make A 122? What are we talking about? You can use a 121, 122, or 123. I think we saw some of those then. Sorry, if I'm missing comments, it's because I'm doing like 3 things at once. I apologize. It's all my fault. To be a popular game streamer and not have to pay attention to chat. That's 132, 123. I cast monostable multivibrator. Did you see a 123? I'm starting to think like if I get the big breadboard out, maybe that'll be what we use. Ooh, look at how grimy that is. Schottky logic. Yeah, the thing is, like, you guys may think that it's like kind of weird that we know these chips, like the 74, what is it, HC14, you know, these 7400 series numbers are consistent between manufacturers because back in the logic days when you had 5 volts, these things were king. If you had to make complex routing of your signals in some way, shape, or form, like for instance, on a Nintendo controller, where if you hit both directions at the same time, it glitches out because you're not supposed to be able to do that. You're not supposed to be able to hit forward and backwards simultaneously. So if you have a controller that lends itself to that very easily, the way you keep somebody from hitting both directions simultaneously is you put in a little bit of logic circuit so that if one's pressed, the other one cannot be pressed. And it's the and or kind of schema of logic. And so a lot of very, very interestingly complex circuits have been made with logic chips. You open up something from the 80s, you're going to find logic in it. In that vein, these are so fun and easy to mess with. You can throw a bunch onto a solderless breadboard. You can make your little logic circuits, and then you can drop LEDs on it so that you can see what is going on inside of that logic. These are like the driving force behind a lot of very, very cool stuff from the 80s. That's why people like us have memorized a couple of these numbers, because we know these chips. We've used these chips and stuff. These are on sale. You may want to stock up. All right, let me take a look. Oh, I'm not doing anything with the ESP32s yet. I still have my 8266s in stockpile that I yeah, these are the... So the one that I need to stockpile is the RP2040s for the synthesizer stuff. All right, 74LS123. Let's take a look at this chip and let's just try to get some context on it. Or is it LS? I don't think it's an LS. Hold on. What we have here is a 74 LS. It is. Oh, wait, that's 132. Oh, damn it. 74LS132. I thought that was a 123. I tell you guys how distracted I am. There is a 123. I mean, well, here's an LS123. I think I picked the wrong one out. There's one below, yeah. By the time you guys finish typing your comment, I'm already there. The 0 version with no Wi-Fi, but $1.88. Jesus. Really? Who has that? That's that link? I'll open up that link because I need to buy like 10 of them. 20 even for all the VCOs. 99 cents. Now this is RP2040. What is this? TRT RPi 2040 RP2040 for Raspberry Pi, blah, blah, blah. Is this... I mean, it's RP2040, right? This should be the same thing as the Zhao. Yes, it's a pretty powerful. It's 133 megahertz IC. Some people in the music synthesizer community have been really badly burned by AliExpress chips. Yeah. But this is RP2040. Slightly different pin layout. Oh, that's going to bite me in the ass then. That's what they always do. They bite you in the ass. I think I got to stick with the 2040s. Well, so the pinout difference, I need to have the analog inputs. So I don't know. I'll have to go back to the RP2040. I don't think I can do anything with this. Oh, I see. Yeah, so like the more nuanced circuits that you would be using in the audio stuff to their limits are just like barely passable and cheap. They're better at making SoC clones. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so what we're trying to do is collector coupled transistor monostable multivibrator in our specific thing. Trapezoidal modulating voltage is generated by alternately charging and discharging an op-amp integrator whose swing in the positive direction is limited by the breakdown of an avalanche diode. What the fuck did I just read? And in the negative direction by the diode forward resistance. The generator circuit is shown in figure 3. A start pulse or depression of the start button will enable the upper NAND gate set to flip-flop. This is more complicated than everything else in here. The stages of the flip-flop are 0 to 10 volts. Scale shifted by the operational amplifier. Level translator to provide the proper voltage levels, plus minus 4. So we've got an op-amp that's level shifting. For the integrator driver circuits to be equal and opposite, the level translator output swing is set to the proper level by adjusting the gain R3 and R4 bias controls. Integrator rise and fall times are then equal to R1. This seems like something we could do a different way. RS to fire with less than 1% of the trapezoidal top triggers 3 range adjustments. What the hell? The pins on the one side are the same, the digital pins, but they added extra pins, so the ones on the other side are not the same. It'd be nice if it was completely compatible with the thing I already designed. If you consider the TL072 chip to be exotic, it should be good up to about a 1 megahertz frequency gain product. The AliExpress product was 10 hertz. What the that's like nothing. That's crazy. Yeah, we've been using a lot of TL072s lately, so that's wild that it would be so bad, be so wrong. That's insane. This is a lot. This is a lot. Integrator and a comparator going into this logic. We hit the start button, we ground the NAND gate. This thing has a start and stop. What is that? The 5 volt start and a 5 volt stop trigger. This is all to do this. You could do this with other stuff. Modulator output with superimposed trapezoid for a 1 kilohertz 3 volt peak-to-peak sine wave input. Time scale 2 milliseconds per division. Voltage scale output only, half a volt div. Expanded portion of A, time scale 0.5. So we're zooming in on this to show the stability of it. Or how clean it is, I guess. Getting all these motion detectors. The trapezoidal modulating voltage generated, yeah, so this is like a whole thing. We get a signal in, and it's doing a whole bunch of stuff to just create a trapezoid, and I guess there's different settings on it. What other circuits do we have? This is the end of the paper. So it's like, this circuit is the one that got published. This one right here got published, but it requires this in order to function. This is way more. This is a whole hell of a lot more. Let's look up this chip that we just grabbed and see if it'll do anything for us in the context of this circuit. Make that nice and big. Bonk. Bonk. 74LS123. Retriggerable monostable multivibrator. That's me. I'm, you know, if I get triggered, I'm... But I tend not to vibrate. Cool. It's really nice when you click on a link and it does anything. There we go. These DC-triggered multivibrators are featured output pulse duration control by 3 methods. The basic pulse time is programmed by the selection of extra long. I'm going to sneeze. Okay, hold on. Big book has a lot of dust in it. Like a lot of dust. Whew. Okay. All right. I'm somewhat alive. Cosmo Quest. Rating with a party of 6. How you guys doing? You'll never guess what we're not doing today. Thank you. I muted for a sneeze just now. 741 op amps. Hate them with a passion. Oscillates so damn easily. I don't know. I've not messed with these in a while, but okay, so what we're doing is we've got the Big Book of Circuits. The Big Book of Circuits is this tome of information. Ah! This thing. So this is the Guidebook of Electronic Circuits by Marcus, and Marcus is pulling sources from all over the place. We just discovered this one audio circuit is from IEEE, but it involves this sort of trapezoidal waveform generator that is a much more comprehensive circuit than the audio circuit is. I could probably make a trapezoidal wave if I needed to. I don't have a lot of that kind of equipment though. If I had more like waveform generators and counters and stuff like that, I probably could also create the waveform in my equipment, which would have been a lot nicer for the purposes of testing what is a fairly simple circuit. But we ended up looking up the circuit. And he's a Necronomicon book cover. Oh, God. It's made out of circuits, the flesh of circuits. Here, let's get this text out of here. So, DC trigger active blah, blah, blah. This is a monostable multi-vibrator. It's a good way to make little wibbly, wavy things, little pulses. Is this may be something that we could use. I think I need a 5-volt regulator in order to get this thing to work at all. And then what are we doing with the waveform after that? You see, what I was hoping we had signed up for was building these simple little circuits from this book. But this book has circuits in it for inspiration, not really circuits for actually the business of doing what the circuits say they do. This one seems like it was thrown in, and it looks good in a compilation of little simple circuits, but then it requires this 3-volt peak-to-peak wave and a trapezoidal thing. So, I don't know, maybe we don't build this one today. Would have been nice, though. Output is here. We've got this whole business going on. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping to make something that would be kind of a weird noisemaker. That seemed like it would have been fun. Let's see if we can just, like, you know, take a page out of somebody else's book here and try a different circuit, because this is getting too involved. It's 350 euro fun bucks. Oops, that's the wrong one. You guys see how disorganized all my scenes are. So yeah, this is, I mean, geez. I can't believe that book is worth that much. You guys really want to know, I got it from one of the labs that closed down. I found it in the basement of the UPenn research stuff. The size of it, I always thought that was just the postage. I know, right? I want one, but not at that price. There's more modern compilations of circuits. This is very distinctly from 1974. So there's a lot of parts that, like, we can't find, or things that are just done differently now. Horowitz and Hill, Art of Electronics. Oh, you actually know. Look, we have, look at this. A little different. Ours is Forrest Mims getting started in electronics, but I have heard of the Art of Electronics. The other book is, what's that other book? It's Troubleshooting Analog Circuits, and it's by this guy. Robert A. Pease. Robert Pease has a great sense of humor. I mean, look at this thing. That's the humor. So it's a pretty zany book about troubleshooting analog electronics. I think he throws a computer off of the top of one of the buildings that he's in. You already have Art of Electronics? That's a good one. I think I have that somewhere too. Anyway, yeah, this is getting a little complicated. I mean, building the circuit would be not too bad if I had a lot of this stuff on me. Does he stream? I don't know if he does a live anymore. I'm not sure. "9 days old? What are you... With a mode switch and external reset, the flip-flop may be reset, blah, 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 blah. An adjustable random pulse generator." That's the next one in the article. He's still untangling the circuit, yeah. No, I don't know if he is or not. I'm just saying. Flat top duration controlled by 3 settings. And that would be a different multi-vibrator that triggers a See, like, there's a lot of stuff going on behind these the boxes. I don't know what the deal is with that. Those aren't specific chips that we can use. I guess knowing a little bit more about the multi-vibrators would be something that would help me shape this. But like 100 PF and 20K, what is that? What is that for? Is that for a 555? It might be for a 555. 555 is typically resistor capacitor. So if we're talking about this one, and then that would just be a short, maybe? Discharge, trigger, and threshold. It seems like it might be a 555. $120, but they don't give us any other context. And then this would be an adjustable to 12. And then our capacitor, we got 3 different capacitors here for the other part of it. That feels like a 555 to me. But somehow we're coming off of this thing. Our output's over there. Adjustable output, trigger and threshold. And then you put that into like a charging 5 to 15 volts. I do have a couple 555 timers. It does look a lot like that, doesn't it? God, I hate all this math. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. That might be it. No, not quite. But it is just one RC. It feels a lot like this is supposed to be a 555 because we've just got one RC going into it. There's a reset there. We've got NAND logic going in here. We have 3 things coming into NAND logic, quote unquote. I don't think that's a three input NAND. Maybe it's just multiple NANDs, but they say 1/2 of a Amelco. They really like their Amelco here. Actually, wait a sec. What's the Amelco 342CJ? I didn't look that up, did I? It's a fish counter. It's a fish counter. Why is it a fish counter? Wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. Because this is 1974, we can't find these parts. I feel like you could publish this in 1974 and get your PhD, and nobody would question you on any of this stuff. Why is the 555 obsolete? Because you can just go get a microcontroller that does the exact thing that your 555 is probably supposed to be doing anyway. And it's 2 lines of code in order for you to make that LED blink in a particular way. The 555 is deranged and old and obsolete and should be thrown in the garbage. Because the things that you would be doing with it are stepping stones into the things that you would be doing with a microcontroller. And instead of learning the proclivities and the weirdnesses of the 555, you need to learn the proclivities and the weirdnesses of microcontrollers, because those will bring you into the 21st century instead of being a dinosaur and getting your circuits out of a book from 1974. I can't find any of these Amelco parts. This is another symptom of this thing being so old, is that we just don't have the resources to look up this kind of stuff. We just don't have the resources. Unless I go to the microfilm catalog, the ancient catalogs of parts. 342CJ. Couldn't have gotten that any closer. Let's get a Melco off of there. 342CJ, an all data sheet comes up with card edge connector. and it's unable to kind of figure this out. Here's one that actually, I think, okay, this is it. There it is. We found it. Monostable vibrator. You son of a bitch. You give me this. Oh, you bastards. They put it behind a paywall. Yeah, the electricity is still the same, and some of the techniques are dating, you know, some of the techniques are ancient ways that we've done stuff in the past with electronics, but we have different stuff now, and we can do things a little bit easier than they used to. That's only the image from chip docs. So if we like zoom way in, we might be able to see what's going on there. This, I mean, this circuit would be pretty easily achievable with a 555. The stuff that's going on with this. Teledyne Continental Motors. Damn. It's behind a paywall. How obnoxious. I think we need to find a different circuit. I think that's where we're at. We need to find a different circuit in here. It seemed like it would have been a lot of fun to build, but we're having not only a parts issue, we're having like a fundamental design issue here. Something that I could do a little bit better with different components. But then in the end, it's like, well, why would I do that? Like, it seems like it is doing the stuff a synthesizer does with a trigger, a ramp generator, and it's basically doing a modulation. It's modulating the amplitude based on the ramp. Where am I going? I'm trying to do this. There we go. Password of 1984. Yeah. All right, let's get the big book back over here. That is within arm's reach. Oops, a lot of stuff fell over when I did that. Bonk! This thing is a crazy big book. It's a big tome of circuits. And we were looking to see what we could build here to make kind of wibbling audio waves. So if we... more than 36,000 electronic circuits published largely within the past 5 years in the United States and abroad are presented here in 131 chapters, logically organized for convenient reference. But 99% of these are hearing aid circuits. Like, what? Electronics are neat. You can do anything with electronics. You do your homework with electronics. Pretty cool. So it would be cool if we could make something... Multi-vibrator circuits. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Music-controlled light. Nah, it's going to be all light bulbs. This is pre-LED. I guess there were some LEDs back then, but they were expensive. Like if this were the 80s, we'd probably have a lot of LED circuits that we could build. So what are we looking for? I want to find something that's going to make audio and do like weird audio stuff. Noise circuits seems like a place we could probably have a little bit of fun. That's page 566. We had to make a flashing circuit, then I was shown the 555 and I was told that it's all inside the chip. Yeah. Well, that's, I mean, those old data sheets, you would have all of these, like, they would show you what the internals look like. You could build that circuit and make the chip. It's just they've done it for you. They've done it for you. Why did I emphasize that weird? 566. We're 100 off from Satana's page. 566. The book is not taking over. The book is not controlling my mind. The book has no agency over me. I don't serve the book. I am not here for the book. The book is not, of course, controlling what I say or what I do or how I react to things. I am not a vessel of the book. But the book is going to come back on Fridays. So it's Friday, so we're doing stuff with the book. Multiplier circuits, how'd I get here? Is there like religious circuits? Can we find religious circuits? I want there to be a religious... Radar, receiver, regulator, remote, repeater. Darn! No, there's no religious circuits here. We can't make the electricity, the Egyptian electricity. What was it? The Mythbusters thing, the Egyptian battery, where they shocked Adam, and it was a really, really mean prank. Like I said, EE stuff and pranks don't really mix all that well. 566. This is 55. You dare have this page in your book, and you don't do a single 555 circuit. Occult? Oh. Operational amplifier, optoelectronic, oscillator. There's two A to F and then R. There's two oscillator circuits in here. And then we go to phase control. So no occult, no. Yeah, that's a single track mind right there. That's a symptom of a porn addiction. Go touch grass. Navigation circuits, no. 566. Noise circuits. Why are you like this? Look at that. Gilbert cells, the reason I went digital. What? I don't even know what that is. Schematics, PDF article manuals. Oh, PDF arcade manuals and schematics. What's that for? Oh, look for 1980s soundboard schematic. Oh, I see. All discrete sound drainers. That sounds pretty interesting, actually. Any projects that you can take and improve on with modern day stuff? No, that doesn't defeat the purpose. It would be interesting to do, and I almost did with this, with the thing that we were trying to build, but it seems like, you know, it's too much. They tacked on all this extra circuitry onto the end of it. Yeah, the book isn't control. I can stop whenever I want, but we are bringing the book in on Fridays to just have some fun with circuits. Because there's so much in here that, you know, whatever we're working on, there's probably some offshoot of this book. What else did I miss? Did I miss anything? Nope, I think I'm up to date now. Sorry, if I'm missing chats, it's because I'm not looking that way. Diode noise limiter inserted in audio circuit between input of first as fuck? What? First audio filter, right? First as fuck. And then blocking. Pick out 10 circuits, put them on a dartboard, and throw. That's too much boobery. That's too much boobery. We're just going to fool around with the book, find stuff that sounds interesting. Right now we're looking at noise circuits, because noise is always an interesting component. Power supply tester. That seems a little bit extra. So this would be a diode noise limiter. So what's happening is, what in the world? I don't really know what's happening. That's kind of a crazy circuit. It's kind of a crazy circuit to provide limiting on top of both negative and positive halves of the audio signal. So we're doing an AC audio signal. For suppressing interference produced by vacuum cleaners and other appliances. Oh, this must be British. Crowley, another hedge clipper. January 1973. What the hell? Huh? So we've got a signal path to ground through multiple 1 mega ohms. I don't know what C is here. C is 5 volts. What in the hell? Man, I do not know. This is a very strange circuit. I just think it's interesting that it's got opposed diodes. We're rectifying the signal in some way, shape, or form. We're allowing the positive to go through here. Then are we only the negative coming? What? No, we're allowing the go feedback. I don't know, man. Anyway, moving on. Spike eliminator. No, we don't need that. I want to make noise. I don't want to eliminate noise. It seems dumb. Noise rejection circuit. But then it's got this black box here. What's going on? RC voltages. When R's 10K is shown, divide as a minimum pulse length. Get value of C and PF. Rectangular IC block is a 9601 with no pins labeled. These guys are not great at transistors, at least where you're getting these. Where did this come from? The Electronic Engineer, November 1971. Why is the Electronic Engineer putting out schematics that have no identity on the chips, no pin numbers, and it's like this big awkward box? I mean, maybe ICs, people were relatively new to ICs, but like the op amps are perfectly finely represented. It just seems a little weird to me that they would like, maybe it's just a photocopying issue. So that supposedly is a 9601. Huh? Activated with a pulse longer than predetermined minimum length. Controlled by RC valves. So RC values. When R is 10K is shown, divide desire of minimum pulse length. What the hell? 11 and 13 output from 6 feet to the gate, all of which are 846 SR. What the hell? 9601. I know, it's like it's censored. $96.01 datasheet. It's going to be something completely different, isn't it? No, it's actually the right thing. Retriggerable one-shot. Retriggerable one-shots provide the designer with 4 inputs, 2 active high and 2 active low. This permits a choice of either leading edge or trailing edge triggering independent of input transition times. Interesting. And there's just an RC on it. I don't know if I have, I don't think I have anything like this. DM9601. DM9601. Where's that big thing of there? These are all 7400 series, though, so I don't think there's anything 9601 related. I feel like I've heard of that circuit once before, that chip. I think I've heard of that once before. Yeah, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Let's get this out of the way. You guys believe that Fallout 4 was 10 years ago? It was like nine-ish years? Ridiculous. Environmental noise monitor. No. Noise figure meter. No, we're not doing meters. Not measuring noise. I'm creating noise. I am the noise. Substitute for white noise. Oh my god. Oh. Sorry, finding my focus buttons. Space Invaders 1980s soundboard on page 22 of the PDF. I'm not gonna make it. No. I want to make some of these circuits. We're sticking to the book. Those sound cool and all. Pseudo-random binary sequence correlator generates sequences approximating white noise for the use in obtaining impulse responsive system under test. Clock frequency of 800 hertz gives an integrator. Oops, I lost my place. Gives integration over a few seconds. Best suited for time constants under 3 milliseconds. Digital voltmeter is used for readout. Article gives theory of operation and method for use. Well, it seems to also skimp on a whole bunch of elements in this thing. So we've got, I think they're using this transistor kind of symbol as an AND gate. This and this. Next time, I mean, yeah, I'll let me open up that PDF at least, because they do sound interesting. But I have to go through this whole hullabaloo to open it up. Is this a circuit from recovered UFOs? Might as well be. But then why are we and into another and then we've got circuit values next to it? Like this is confusing. Is this supposed to be a Darlington or stop 0 cycle 1 PERBs, PRBS. What the hell are these PERBs? This is bordering on digital, though, from the analog realm. Inverter, buffer. That's inverting our audio. Well, it's not audio, it's just whatever. Get that integrating whatever's coming in. But it's these logic steps that are strange. We got PERBs and we got negative PERBs. Delayed PERBs. Stopo and PERBs. They're good friends. This one's too weird. This one's a little too weird. I can't really suss out what's going on here. Something to do with the analog stuff, but System under test goes in there. Huh? All right, next. White noise generator with just as many weird stuff going on. Shift trigger. 124816, huh? LM302 at least. Index, inexpensive, really. Digital version, which provides white noise with Gaussian amplitude. You see, the way this noise is made in like synthesizer circuits, we can just look up here. Let's do. No. Let's do that. We're not doing this. We're looking up. Schematic PDF, and then if we go to Kinks, Kinks has a noise creation element to it, and that would be here. And so what we're doing is we're taking the leakage current that's going through this 3904, and we are amplifying it, and then we amplify it, and we amplify it, and then we put it into the rest of the circuit. But like all it takes is the pseudo-random microcurrent leakage from an N to P. Is that N to P or P to N? I forget. Through a transistor, the random noise coming in is going to be amplified, and then it'll make you a nice. It's a nice amount of noise. It's pretty good. Can you go psh into a microphone? Yeah, you can do that too. You can do that too. Or you put your cell phone up near it and you get a well, it's from PN, so it's the PN junction. Yeah, thank you. It's NPN. But we're just going from P to N here, and whatever's happening over here, you know, whatever. Anyway, the point is that it's creating random noise, and that random noise gets amplified, and it's done with 5 components. So this is more than 5 components. And it's also done a little bit confusingly. I don't know what kind of noise it is. I don't think it's white noise. I'm not sure. Different frequency profiles create different noises. A diode noise generator. Oh, speak of the devil. This is pretty much the same principle. Uses an input for receiver or converter while adjusting circuit for minimum noise. Almost any UHF or microwave diode will serve for this. So this is to create radio noise. What are we doing here in order to create radio noise? We close this, and then we've got, I guess, a capacitor discharging. Huh. Geiger counter white noise generator. I'm good. I don't think I need to do that. I'm good. I'm good. Noise silencer. No. Amplifies and rectifies noise pulse to provide negative going DC pulses for cutting off amplifier stage during noise. What? Wait, what are you doing? What are you, huh? Huh? What would I have to learn to be able to tinker like you? Almost nothing. You can just do it. You can just start fucking around with electronics and see what explodes. But if you want a little bit of background, there is a book command. So exclamation point book. These are not tubes. No, tubes usually have like dotted lines for the like matrix and stuff in there. Maybe this, I don't think this is a tube. These are FETs and transistors and stuff like that. So we got 2 transistors, Q2, Q3, and then this is, I think it's MOSFET flavored is what's going on in here. It's just a complicated way of showing it. And back in the day, back in 1974, these are actually cans with pins coming off of them. So they look like little tin cans, which is why this symbol makes perfect sense, why they put a circle around it. No, you don't need this book. Start out in electronics. You do need to know a little bit of math. You need to get to know math. But there are simple electronics books. If you have something in mind that you want to do, it's a really good starting off point to have something you want to improve. These circuits drive me up the fucking wall. Because look at this. We got 12 volts down here going into everything. It should be like up. That should be up here. That's where 12 volts should be. Because it's positive volts. You're trying to communicate how these circuits work. Having them go up from 12 volts is a very strange choice. Strange choice, weird circuit, don't know what it does. Noise gets over a threshold and then it cuts off. $2M and a 0.5. Yeah, weird. Experience drives a lot of the filtering. I'm just, words appear in chat and I just repeat them. That happens to me every now and then. A lot of the stuff that we're doing right now is based on like experience from building things, taking stuff apart. You know, you can do that too to try to get to know how things work. Mainly, I started out with the Forrest Mims book that's in the exclamation point book command in chat. That's where I started, but that's obsolete too now, because you don't have to start with a Forrest A. Mims book from 1978. You can instead go take a look at things like, well, like, you know, go look at YouTube and stuff like that. You can find people doing a lot of basic electronics tutorials, and they'll probably put it in better context. Like having things you can actually find and do in electronics to kind of pique your interest. What is this? Another diode noise generator, but this time we're coming from the wall. For some fucking reason, we've plugged this thing into the wall, which is not what you should be doing. 1970s electrical engineer. Yeah, I just applied off the with no experience, and they hired me. Yeah, exactly. You just show up. Oh, did you show up? Here's a cup of coffee and your badge. You are now an employee. You'll eventually own this company. Like, you won't be in the mailroom long. Yeah, there's the Forrest Mims one, but that's so old. There's a lot of digital stuff that you can do in electronics to noodle around in electronics and do a lot of very interesting stuff these days. What are C1 and C2? Temperature limited vacuum tube diode. What the what is it? What? Temperature limited vacuum tube diode. Yeah, just a strong handshake and you'll be the CEO. You can be the CEO even faster if you have a strong head shake. You just shake them. You keep what you kill, and then you become CEO. What the heck is this? Okay, so this requires vacuum tubes, so we're out. We're instantly out, unless it has the specific vacuum tubes that I happen to have stocked as replacements for my audio amplifier. Noise bridge. What are we noise bridging? Wideband signal source operating from 9-volt battery. Well, we have a power supply we could use. I don't have transistors. Or transistors. I saw the T and I was like, pfft. No, I don't have coils. I might have a 1-to-1 coil for that. Necromongers, best mongers. Do they sell dead? Can I interest you in some dead? I'm a necromonger. It's so weird. Do I seem quiet? I feel quiet today. Check 1, 2. Hello. I'm not peaking, so, but it's just my audio monitor in here just makes it seem like I'm not hitting my volumes here properly. I guess it's how it always is. Same as it ever was. Oh, my microscope. I heard that analog computing is making a comeback with AI. Not sure how though, but they wanted to lower the energy consumption of data centers. What? I don't know if I quite understand that one. Same as always? Okay, good. Good. You think of Twisted Transistor. Is it like an album or something? I don't have that kind of association. Transformer is the word that I'm looking for, and this looks like one of those like telecom, but I guess there's going to be a little bit more information in here, I suppose. Wait. Wideband signal source operating from 9-volt battery serves for an antenna and other RF resonant frequency and radiation resistance measurements. Oh, so this is another measuring thing. Frequency range is used as selected detector. Nah. Ignition noise blanker. They just have another pin on the... Wait, ignition for what? Standard audio radio's IF input for high frequency and very high frequency converters ahead of it. 10, 6, and 2 meter mobile reception without cutting into circuit of car radio. There's literally a pin on the car radio that is designed to turn on the radio when the key's in a particular position. Can't use the stove, but the data centers are okay. Q1, Q2 before clipping of positive and negative noise pulse peaks. This is solving a weird problem. That's turning your radio equipment off when you start a car. Seems like there are better ways to do that. All right, like just turning your radio off. You know, you don't need it to be automatic. PP noise meter. Ooh, how much noise is my PP? My PP does make a lot of noise. Used to measure the noise in op amps and other high gain devices. Uses standard UI methods to provide preamplification, absolute value, and the peak sensing over bandwidth of 10 to 10,000 hertz. I have something over here that does more than that, though. (904) and 5641. What are we doing here? We are taking in, I guess this is just the test circuit, is the difference between ground and ground, and it'll make noise. So far we really haven't found anything that's caught me, you know? Radiation detecting switch. How do I test this? I don't really have radiation. Circuit will open at onset of radiation, but not noise. It's controllable in reclosure and generates no noise of its own. Circuit is equivalent of 2-diode linear gate in which transistors are normally not conducting. Radiation turns both on. I mean, that's just true of all of us. To prevent balanced bridge low impedance shunt to ground. Q1 and Q2 are their own radiation detectors. There's no inherent delay in response. What the huh? Yeah, I don't have that. Still, it's Mr. Cayman filter. I like that name a lot. Used in protecting integrity of information on fuse arming circuit, memory interruptive computer, or other signal channel from radiation-induced noise. I feel like this is a very specialized circuit for a very specialized application that we don't have the privy, like we don't know anything about this. What in the world? There is a chip that I want to get, and I want to put it in a glass jar with a little circuit on it. This is a project that I would love to do. It's one that I've wanted to use this for, this milliamperage, this old school looking milliamp meter. Then again, this is like this is a nice Weston milliamp meter, and I don't want to do anything to the inside of this. So I'd probably need to make like a sign board that goes on the outside. And the chip that I want to buy, and put on a glass pedestal inside of like a glass case, is a radiation event detector. Or sorry, it's a nuclear event detector. What it does is it scans RF, it sits on an RF channel, and it looks for the particularly unique radiation signature of a radioactive cloudburst, a nuclear bomb cloudburst. And when it detects that, its pin goes from 5 volts to 0. I think, 0 to 5, I forget which direction it goes in. But I want this thing hooked up, or something like this, hooked up to it, but I secretly want to put an Arduino in the circuit path. And what'll happen is, it'll be, everything is fine, and then nuclear holocaust. And, you know, the bombs have definitely dropped. And so what it'll do is every now and then have that meter just go, and then back over. Don't worry, EMP will put out the lights too. They were saying like, this is great for data centers. But I don't think I can get a sample of that chip, because it's in a radiation hardened package and everything too. But instead, this thing seems to get by just using transistors in order to detect. I don't know what that's all about. Apparently they sell something that will produce a radio signature that resembles a nuclear cloudburst. I'm curious about that one too. You'd walk up to your local data center and hit a button, and suddenly all hell breaks loose. 450 megahertz noise figure tester. It's another tester. Everything's a tester. Nobody wants noise. They just want to suppress it. Well, I'm here as an advocate for noise. Noise needs its chance. Thermal noise generator. Okay, that's kind of neat. Oh, but it requires a weird part. Number 12, incandescent pilot lamp as a noise source. It's using a pilot lamp as a noise source. What the heck? And once again, whoever made this book is completely irresponsible. It's like, it's probably IEEE, isn't it? No. Noise generators. QST? Because really, like, it's really irresponsible in these old circuit books. They have you plugging stuff directly into the wall, which is a really bad idea. Nowadays, we've got 5 volts. We've got all the digital circuitry you could ever want to play with under safer voltages. I don't know, man. Hot resistor noise generator. I don't think I really want to have a hot resistor. Used as a noise source for noise figure measurements or as a reference source for comparison with other noise sources. What the hell? What are these people doing? Wait, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? I need a noise source that I can use for my noise source. Noise figure measurement or as a reference source for comparison with other noise source. What are you people doing? There's a circuit I saw a while back. There's a very specific light bulb to generate one of the smoothest sine waves ever. What the heck? That's kind of cool. Broadband from 1 megahertz to 100. Yeah, because it's a big EMP. The low bound is how big the fireball. Compton scattering length. What? The upper band is the thickness of the leading edge of the Compton scatter zone. That's crazy. That's a wild thing. Yeah, it's looking for the nastiest of EMPs. But I guess you can characterize the size of the bomb based on the EMP blast. Let's see. Based on the fact that noise output is known when temperature and resistance are known for tungsten filament of number 12 pilot lamp. They love their pilot lamps back then. Heated by DC source. RT varies, blah, 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 blah. So it's this stuff. Well, it's not a hot resistor. We just got the lamp. That's what this one is. Wait a second. Wait just a minute. Did it. To the diode, and then we're going with the, this is a little bit more complicated, but there's a voltage circle, and it goes, and we go into something weird, and it goes into the capacitor. There's no capacitor, and we go to the lamp, and we've got our funky town thingamajig over here. These are the same circuit with slight differences in them. I guess it's the same author. This shouldn't be 2 circuits. It should be one circuit with a slight variation. Wasting space in my giant tome of circuits. Noise blanker. Okay, so all the noise circuits were not creating audio noise. I was hoping we could find one that would either create just noise or audio noise, but it seems that the noise circuits they're using tricks like with either vacuum tubes or using like a bulb as a hot resistor. They're not doing the kinds of noise things that we're familiar with, and it's not something that I can just whip up on the perf board because they're using parts that are like just gone, right? They're, like, who uses a lamp anymore, like a 12-volt lamp in their system? I'm sure somebody's going to come up with a counterexample, because whenever I ask a question like that, somebody has to come up with an example. I use lamps all the time. I'm made of lamps, and my dinner last night was just purely lamps. It's, you know, you always get that. But seriously, nobody is doing anything with lamps these days. I don't have a bin full of lamps, incandescent lamps. If I kept a couple of them from when we updated my car illumination, then we'd be golden. We could build some of these, but I don't have anything like this. So we're limited by the technology of our time, to quote a fucking Marvel movie. We can only build stuff that I have parts for today. So I'm trying to find something simple. It just seems like there's so much under the surface of these circuits. Op-amp circuits are simply going to be amplifying something that comes into one end, right? Let's take a look for them and we'll just see. Yeah, there's a couple little differences in the circuit, and that probably makes all the difference, but like they could have just done a variation of this one. Wine bridge oscillator? Yeah, I'd have to go to a museum to find some of this stuff. I mean, for fuck's sake, one of them required a 40,000 volt switch that is found in nuclear bombs, so, which are not legal, according to the movements. Differential FET input. Article covers design of FET input for op-amp using common mode feedback. Jesus Christ. What the hell is this? This is like too much. What are you? Linear current booster. We don't really need that. We don't really need a current booster. Some of these are plus minus 15 volts too. We got to be careful about that. I guess audio stuff used to exist in plus minus 15. Obviously, our synthesizers are only doing plus minus 12. See, these are good. Oh, wait a sec. These are relevant to the Hajiwo stuff that I just broke down. Wait a minute. This is where I should have gone to do the amplifying stuff that I was trying to do, the zero offset that we had in the Hajiwo circuit. This would have been a wonderful use of the book. I broke down all that. Oh man, I have the whole circuit right here. Well, maybe we can accomplish what we need to. Hold on a second. What, you know the UA 741? I guess 741, yeah, that's an amp. Burr Brown. Zero offset. The second op amp is connected to an inverting input of first to hold what? What, huh? Second op amp is connected at inverting input of first to hold input offset. This, the justification, the block justification messes with my head. You know, I'm trying to read this with all the correct spaces and pauses and stuff like that, and having it in block text makes me just like lose what I'm talking about. .com synthesis technology stuff is plus minus 15. That's a very old voltage standard. Very, very old. Second op amp is connected at inverting input of first to hold input offset voltage and offset voltage drift of differential op amp essentially to zero. Huh? First amplifier acts as floating voltage source. Output is inverting L. Oh. L. Choice. Series connected. Wait. Inverting negative L. Huh? My brain hurts. Choice of series connect op amps, null offset voltage electronics, March 27, 1972. So what this is doing is we have a source here that is at a particular voltage. I think this is the input, and then that's 1 kilo ohm to ground. But what is unity gain? Well, that's 1 kilo ohm into there, and then we've got 100K over top of the whole thing. This, I don't know, maybe this is something that I could mess around with, because if, is it set by R3 or is it E1? Second op amp connected at inverting input of first. Inverting input, second op amp. This is the second one, but it's on the left. This should be the first one, this should be the second one. To hold input offset voltage and offset voltage drip of differential op amp essentially to zero. But where's my input? Where's my audio going in? I'm going here, and then this voltage is I don't know. That'd be something that I have to like come back and study a little bit more what's going on here. Because like if I have yeah, translate the text to the AI so I can actually read it. The museum trip triggered my ADD. You seen Flesh Simulator's vision deleter tool? No. No, I've never seen that. Strange. I'm not too tuned in with the electronicsosphere on the internet just because I don't want to get influenced by them. because I reference too many things. I'll get my personality from them. My guess is that .com and ST is plus minus 15 because their favorite op amp is the TL072, which really works well at plus minus 15. Yeah, that seems about right. Because yeah, that op amp was made 1 billion years ago. Using the first op amp in a dual package to produce the same error as the second will. -1 gain. Huh. What did you trip on? I'm just thinking about, like, in reference to the Hajiwo circuit, it has a 2.5 volt zero offset. And so can I accomplish that with this? I don't know. Zero offset buffer. So this is the buffer. Doing the same thing. Circuit shows compensation required with series connected op amps used as a unity gain non-inverting buffer, having 0 input offset voltage. So basically these are creating an offset voltage out of here, and these are just buffering your voltage source. Whereas this one was doing that error thing. What's up, Twitchy Microwave? Okay, that's all very weird and complicated. Let's just move on. Let's move on and never talk about it again. So if you have a wave going into your electronics, right? That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's not the right. Hold on. That's wait. Okay. We are okay. Where are we? We're going. Yeah. Okay. Over here. So if you have an input to your system that is a wave, typically with this kind of stuff, with audio circuits and stuff, it'll be positive or negative, right? It'll be revolving around plus and minus. If you're only working in DC, you'll offset that voltage to be above 0, right? So this happens when, what is it? You kill the DC component by putting it through a capacitor, and then it's waving up and down. Oh, damn it, that wasn't the right scroll bar. The wave is up and down to positive and negative volts, and then you can offset it in order to turn it only into positive volts. But the TL072, these op amps that we're typically using in these circuits, those are really good for audio. They work at the frequencies that we like for audio, and when you give them positive and negative 12 volts, they can do all these cool operations. The one that I like for going into the microcontroller is one that's only limited from 0 to 5 volts. So in order to get that 0 to 5 volts to not clip your waveform, you need to give it a 0 offset. So if you scale it down so that its peak to peak is within the specifications of your power supply, like 3 volts and 0, because we're DC suddenly, right? Our op amp is giving an analog input that goes from 0 to 3.3 volts and represents it as a number in your microcontroller. So you've got this plus minus, let's just say 12 volt wave. You scale that down using an amplifier. So an amplifier can also do fractions. So a fraction will divide and just boop, scale down your waveform. But then you need to represent that on the positive DC number line. So you offset 0 a bunch of volts, and then suddenly your wave fits within 0 to 3 volts. So that's essentially what we're trying to achieve in this part of the Hajiwo circuit. He does this by clamping the inputs, but he uses a voltage divider, which is a much more rudimentary and a little bit less precise way of dividing voltages. And then he puts these diodes in there to limit how high and low the wave can go, and then he puts it through an op amp in order to buffer and scale it again and have a little gain control. And I wanted to do that. I wanted to have a 2-to-1 gain control on it, but also something that does all of the filtering, and then have the power supply limit it to 0 to 3 volts all in one, because I could probably do this in one op amp. So when this thing said a more stable 0 offset, I got interested, but apparently it's not exactly what we need it to be. It's not quite what we need it to be. But that's what this whole book, that's the entire purpose of this whole book, is to do exactly what happened just then, is to pique your interest and you go, wait, I could do this a different way. And you look at the circuit and you go, nah, it's something totally different. But every now and then it hits and you're like, wait, I could do this in a different way. TL072 still shows as an active part on DigiKey. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. What's my glucose level doing? Oh yeah, I can check here. I don't even need to look at my phone. I can just open it up here. 142? Hot damn, I had like a couple pieces of sushi for lunch, so I thought it would be crazy go nuts. It is a little dark, it's a little hard to see here, but that overlay is my insulin pump, constant glucose monitor, and phone are all connected to one another, and it's using Android Auto Pancreas system, and so that readout is from something called Xtrip, which allows you to upload to a Heroku app so that you can have a web page on the internet, and it's publicly accessible. You can go to the web page for my cgmdatabot.herokuapp.com, and you can see what my blood glucose is doing. So when I die, you guys got to look at that and just see what, what happens to the blood glucose after death. Does it taper off? I would assume that organs are still using it somewhere, so that'd be very interesting. And then you guys got to show me. Use of JFET op amp having low bias, offset current, elimination. What are we doing? Log amplifier. My logs are plenty loud and I don't need to hear them anymore. Use a JFET op amp having low bias and offset current, eliminates complex nulling circuitry in logarithmic amplifier while covering full 5-decade range. Holy shit, what the hell is this thing doing? Moving on. 110 volt swing. I don't need to plug my swing into the wall. I don't think your baby's going to appreciate this. I don't think that's in the realm of the 110 volt swing. Combining low voltage and high voltage stages costs much less than buying a complete high voltage op amp. So instead of buying a high voltage op amp, you put in this shit, and then you get on your 105 volts, you get a swing from end to end. I don't like this at all. It's for the Hadron Collider. Like all these circuits are secretly like super illegal. That's basically what like all of the circuits in this book are like banned, and they're just not they're not giving you quite enough information. So we've got like, that one laser circuit that uses the nuclear bomb switch, and like maybe this one goes into something that swings 110 volts back and forth to, like, I don't know, blow something up. Like all of them are just like a little bit illegal. What are you up to, RP Patterson? It's so funny because you look up these different circuit elements and the different concepts behind them, and you're like, yeah, these words are used in audio circuits. And then you get something like this, where it's like swinging full power back and forth. Floating supply divider. Supply divider. Extra op amp connected across a single supply provides balanced positive and negative voltages for op amp application. What the fuck? So I guess if your power supply is a little bit funky, we don't do this anymore. We can create negative 12 volts just fine. I've got a thing right here. This thing will create positive and negative 12 volts. Only 250 milliamps, but I mean, that's enough to power this kind of stuff, like op amp circuitry. So we really don't need anything like this. You can just buy this. There's some other ones that are cheaper than this one. I mean, I've got a little 12 volt supply board that actually went into the synthesizer, but creates much more current than that thing. That thing was going to be for a tube tester, or not a tube tester, a module tester module. All right, what else do we have? Do we have any like unique and interesting things? Hey, Index C subscribing. 36 months. Thank you so much, Index C. I do very much appreciate that. All-pass transistor function. Value shown provides second-order all-pass operation without inductors. Phase response is 0 degrees, about 160 hertz, and increases almost linearly to 150 degrees at 16 hertz. What is this for? An operational amplifier all-pass network from IEEE. What do you do? Why do you do? What do you do? These are all Stargate circuits. If I hook the first circuit up to each If I hook each one of these circuits up to each other in a perfect line from page 1 to page 1003, I will make a Stargate. Voltage input, coming in here. Unity gain, inverting op amp. Values shown provide second order all pass operation without inductors. Weird. Very weird. I wonder what, I mean, I guess we could try building this and just see what it does. That shouldn't take too much time, but I don't know what the utility of building it would be, just to see what this filter is. Phase response is 0 degrees at about 160 hertz and increases almost linearly to 150 degrees at 16 hertz. What does that even, is that phase in response to the original signal? And these are all, well, unity, 10-2. And then we've got that filter in there. And then it feeds back. Those linears have horrible noise out at audio frequencies. Oh, really? I had to drop back to a linear switcher and it was annoying. LM201s. I would have built this with TLO74s just to see, like one TLO74 or a TLO72, but I need two. If I do build that, what will we do with it? What would I do with this? Just put audio into it? Chicken and egg paradox. I mean, okay, all right. Not too much utility in that. We'll just move on. An inverting adder. DC and AC input signals may be applied. Typical application is adding triangular and square waves. So this would be a lot of the kind of stuff that you see in VCOs where they're making the different waves that you can select. Adjusted to get 0 output voltage. R1 over R1 E1. So one, this is E1. Why is it R? Oh, RF and R1. Sorry, I can't read. I never learned how to read. Plus RF over R2 times E2. So yeah, this would be just your basic adding circuit here. We deal with this a lot in the synthesizer stuff, is where you just have the resistors here that are biasing against the feedback resistor. We were looking at that the other day with the Haji-Wo circuits and other stuff like that. Fully analog computer. I mean, that's where it all started. I don't know about fully analog. I mean, a lot of people are doing stuff with logic gates these days too. Those are really the fun ones to mess with. Subtracting amplifier. All right, so these are just your basic op amp circuits. They're just using kind of a funky op amp here with like a bias adjustment on it. 1741C. I feel like I've heard of that one before, actually, to be honest. And then non-inverting amplifier. This is like a textbook circuit, textbook audio circuit. Oh, this is a little different, actually. It's got the resistor here. It goes directly into positive. Yeah, these are the textbook ones. So linear voltage follower. Yeah, that's just the thing. These are presented in kind of a confusing way, and if you look them up online, the basic op amp circuits, they're presented in a much cleaner way. Op amp for students. Oh, I see. So your students get all the shitty stuff. Permits better understanding. It permits. Oh, it allows us to have a better understanding of IC op amp circuit action. Those damn kids with their op amps that they can just buy. Back in my day when everything was black and white, we had to build the op amps out of transistors and resistors and shit. So that's essentially what this is. This is back in my day, we had to walk uphill in the snow. And so you make your students build an op amp, and just to torture them, because they don't actually need to build an op amp to work with op amps. Let's be clear. This is the same thing. This is the same as the regular inverting op amp with this transfer function. Stupid. So yeah, they basically burned an entire page of their book on basic amplifier circuits, but I guess this is all the rage in 1974. I wonder how long these have been around at that point. Inverting op amps are math. You basically just have an output transfer function, and they're used in a fairly limited number of ways. When you really start getting into the big brain, like every single neuron sparkling off, kind of engineer, they can figure out what the analog circuits should look like by the current loops in them and stuff like that, and have a greater understanding. But like with our level of like fairly smooth-brained engineer, we just look up the circuit structures to do the thing we need to do and use whatever the most common one is. You can just Google basic op-amp circuits and you get 10 things that you can combine in order to do the job of whatever you're trying to do with your analog circuits. Analog is a torturous place to exist, and it's better to jump over to digital, which is why I'm just looking at these circuits and sort of the framing of like how could I use these in some kind of a cool like musical way, or do any of these do things that are just a little bit kind of musical and interesting. And then I also have to find something that's so simple. We've burnt enough time now that I don't think I'm gonna have time to build any of this stuff today, which is what we were supposed to be doing today. Instead, we're getting distracted once more by this big thick book and all of its circuits having sort of a weird thing about all of them. There's something off by just about every single one of these circuits. Just go to the fish noise. Yeah, you're probably right. I should probably do the fish noise circuit. Why don't you remind me about the fish noise circuit? We'll do that next week. Hold on, I'm gonna do sticky note, or maybe I should just put it in the MS Paint drawing here. There we go. Teach a man to fish noise, and you'll never eat again. Level changer. Changes any input level to desired new value determined by setting of 10K pot. That's just a regular old amplifier. As required for low speed counter CRO or audio equipment. Switch gives choice of output polarity. That sounds a lot like this is just synthesizer stuff. Yeah, look at that. 0 to 100 kilohertz input, and then your level is just determined by the 10K pot, and then it goes through an inverting amplifier, which already has a bias 10 to 22. Or no, that's a level bias. This is very simple stuff. All right. Just an op amp. Delay function. Okay, now we're getting to the cool stuff. Normalized values are given for network using 3 op amps in 2, what is that word? Cascaded stages. Article shows responses of denormalized network. What is this language? Speak like thing is. Stop using big word. No understand big word. 1 meg and 0.1. So 1 meg and 0.1 second delay. Step and triangular waves. Is mathematical analytics in the article. Yikes. How does it know? So that's 0.2 to 0.2, sorry, 0.2 to 0.02 going in here, and this is measured against that. And it's got this complicated shit going on up here. Man, that's the more interesting one if I have a bunch of op amps out one day. Because, I mean, what would this do? It would give 1 meg and 0.1 s. Well, 0.1 second delay is probably enough to make something kind of interesting. If I built this into like the synthesizer and I use this in order to make like a delay module, it's possible. How would you control the delay though? Article shows response of denormalized network. Normalized values are given for network using 3 op amps in 2 cascaded stages. Stage 1, stage 2, and then flip it back. Or stage 1? No. I have no idea. I actually don't know. I actually don't know what the hell's going on here. Oh, it's Firday. Big Book Firday. Did somebody make that joke and I didn't catch it? Because I definitely have. I see the wibbly line on the spell check. I typed that too quickly. It's probably in both titles too, because I think I cut-paste the title. I'll spell Friday right next week. That's for next week, bother to figure out. More FET input stuff. So this is getting a little bit more generic, and it's a little less related to audio. You got stuff like a voltage follower. These are like things you would do in analog circuitry for like things that don't just make audio. Elliptic low-pass ladder filter transfer. Woo! That might be an interesting one. This might be an interesting one. So for a synth, significant... Sorry, my head hurts. It's Firday. Oh God, that's a furry about. What is this? Significant delays for synths almost always use either a Bucket Brigade CCD. What is CCD in this case? A spring reverb or an ADC CPU DAC. Yeah, having it go into a memory device and then back out allows you to get the delays you want. I mean, you could do that with an A to D and a D to A chip, and like we had to do this in a lab at Drexel for my like circuits. It was a senior course, I guess, but it was like a circuit building thing. Oh, charge couple devices. Yeah, okay. I don't know what I have in terms of those, but what we had to build was a thing that would basically take. It was like a single sample thing, so it would take in the audio, turn it into digital ones and zeros, then use a 7400 series counter in order to put it into RAM, and then it would use the counter again to take it out of RAM. And it was all done in kind of a weird like 1980s, like it was kind of cool because it was so rudimentary. It wasn't just saving a file on a thing or you know, exporting a WAV file. It was like pulling it in and then taking it out was done through counting devices. It's really cool. But doing that inside of like a module would be kind of neat. The other one, the spring reverb, is literally just a spring that wiggles and gives you kind of a cool reverb, which is pretty cool. I mean, you use guitar pickups for that. But I wonder what this one's doing. Low pass ladder filter transfer function. What's the transfer function? It doesn't tell you. You have to pull up the article. Design equations in response. What in the hell is going on in this, though? It's some kind of hedonistic shit where everything is feeding into one another. Who draws their circuits like this? This is ridiculous. Inverting input versus regular input over here based on what you're inputting. And then it's the same-ish. No, it's different. Voltage divider here into another one of these things. Don't know what this is doing. I would love to build this one and try it out. I'm gonna get a sticky note on that. I don't have any bookmark this crap. Write it on this box again. I don't have a pen. I have a hole marking pen. The retcon sad 1024. That sounds like something different. Oops. Reticon sad 1024. Ah, so it's a data sheet. Analog delay. Oh my God, look at this thing. That is definitely a Bucket Brigade. It's so sad. 2 independent 512 stage delay sections, clock control delay, N-channel silicon gate Bucket Brigade technology. We put the technology of a Bucket Brigade. Somebody was watching cartoons from 1936 and they put a Bucket Brigade in. Designed for self-cancellation of clock modulation, wide signal frequency, dynamic range, low noise, single 15-volt power supply. Oh, that's annoying. Voice control of tape recorders, huh? Variable signal controller, amplitude of equalization filters, reverberation effects. Yeah, reverb is very difficult to do, isn't it? Time compression of telephone conversations. Interesting, interesting, interesting. The SAD 1024. That's cool. There's 2 inputs on it, too. Yeah, I don't know what I'd necessarily be able to do with that, other than just shove analog into it. But again, we can't even get, we're 12 volts in the synthesizer. Oh, this can go to 10. Okay, so we're within spec. It'll be able to function. Warning! Okay, the 512 is identical, but it's got different staging. I don't really have these ASICs lying around. I wish I did. Some of these cool ASICs that they use in all of these synthesizer modules. I do have some. I mean, I bought some for Dave's synthesizer. We still need to get back to reverse engineering Dave's synth, because Dave has the M303 or something. I forget the number now, but I've bought some parts for it. I need to buy some more, figure out what other chips might be dead for plugging it in wrong. But that's a totally different animal. We'll get back to that soon. Clipper, huh? Sharply limits excursion of input voltage at level equal to DC reference input. I can tell you right now, you can do this with diodes, and it's just as accurate. I don't know if you need to bring op amps into this. Well, there's even a diode in this, but like, yeah, I don't know. Half-wave rectifier up to 100 kilohertz, useful down to the millivolt input levels. Maybe that's where it exceeds, is at the millivolt input levels. Yeah, because the Schottky diode limiter, it'll do well for the voltage that you give it, but I guess there's still that internal diode-ness to it, and maybe this avoids that. I don't know. Bias current compensation, offset produced by bias current of inverting input of IC op amp is canceled. I don't know about that one. Non-inverting bias, that's the same thing. 500 watt power booster. Huh? What are we boosting 500 watts? External bridge, external heatsink. So we've got some pretty beefy power op amp is boosted with external bridge using 8 independent 2N3055. How much is a 2N3055? $2N3055. Oh, thanks for that. Oh, it's $10. So you can make a 300 watt. Well, $10 for a couple of them. Yeah, these are the old school high power transistors. So what we're doing is we're using an op amp to, oh, this is a multiple, I guess this is an audio thing. What the 408 power op amp. Okay, so that's, yeah, this is like your guitar amp. Revenge of the 2M3055. Those things rock. 11 amps at 80 volts. Holy shit. We don't need to do anything like that. That's not us. I mean, I'm looking for inspiration in here, right? I'm looking for inspiration. A lot of these are sort of close to what we kind of like would look for. I'm also looking for a circuit that would be easy for me to make, and I guess we found a couple of them. It's just, it's late in the day now, and I don't have time to build these necessarily. I'm very disappointed about that very first circuit not working out for us. The very first circuit, unfortunately, it looked like this, right? It looks like this, and I'm like, oh, cool, that'll be really fun to build. But then in order to build it properly, you need like this in order to make it work properly. You need something like this. It's like, in order to make just that part right there, you need all this crap. And so it became sort of a fool's errand. What book is this? This is Guidebook of Electronic Circuits. It's from 1974. And it's Friday. Because I mistitled. I made it Friday. Feed forward unity gain. Second generation version of 709 amp improves feed forward method of extending power band width of amplifier. What? If you get into this stuff, you're done. I don't know, man. Differential input output combination. It's just making a differential. It's not, we don't need that. Low drift and noise with low cost analog devices 840. Yeah, none of these are doing like weird stuff. The closest we got was that one delay one. Bias current compensation, low noise, nah. Large common mode range, no. Clipping op amp. Output swing of the op amp is held within specific limits by adding nonlinear elements of feedback network. It's got, oh, you guys can't see it. It's got diodes on the feedback, I guess. How's that work? What the fuck? So the swing of the op amp is held within specific limits by adding nonlinear elements to its feedback network. Zeners quickly reduce gain if output tries to exceed the Zener voltage limit. Ah. Under these limits, Zeners do not conduct and gain is determined. So it's your upper and lower limit are set by these guys right here. So the Zeners Zener diode has a very specific voltage that it sort of keys into, and anything that's above that voltage, it'll leak to its other side. So that's what we're using here. And Zeners are used in reverse. So our upper limit, well, it doesn't make any sense with that. Oh no, this is upper limit and this one is lower limit. So you can then clip your audio signal within that. Of course, you can do that with the Schottky diodes too. Drift correction, no. W peak, oh, 22 watt. Stupid text justification. I thought it was like number 22, W peak at 60 volts. And I was like, wait, W streamer, or is that what we're, huh? 22 watt peak. God, the spacing sucks. 60 volt swing uses not popular op amp. Who cares? Fairchild op amp. I mean, there are a lot of amplifier circuits. At least we got that. But there are some outdated things that these are doing. Summing scale amplifier, low-level signal rectifier, a differential FET. No, none of this stuff. Power booster, balance differential, level isolation. Takes voltage referred to some DC level and gives amplified output referred to ground without loading of input signal source. Huh? Level isolation. That's interesting, but not really. Nonlinear with stable breakpoints. Provides very sharp temperature stable breakpoints in nonlinear transfer function of op amp. Huh? What does that mean? It's nonlinear. Oh god, there's all kinds of weird stuff going on here. So different transistors triggering different breakpoints? That might be an interesting one to look at if I could find the parts. But what are these? 1N457? 2N2605? I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to find equivalents for some of this stuff. There's a voltage follower that's a very common one. Differential input compensation. 0 correction to 3 microvolt. I can't even start with that one. That one's weird. It's in a different scale than all the others too. Summing amplifier. This is just a textbook circuit. You can find that in an electronics textbook. Non-inverting 0 output, no. Power amplifier, inverting 20 dB, non-inverting 20 dB. Swings above and below bias. That might be interesting. I'm trying to find the stuff that's like abnormal in here, you know? Output voltage acts with RB1 and RB2 to bias at half of the supply voltage, allowing positive and negative swings above and below the bias point. Probably requires like 60 volts, right? LM3900. I might actually have that. Clipper, thank you for the 21 months. 21 months of tier 1, just flat dead in the center. Thank you, Clipper. Yeah, these are all very normal. The only one that kind of like strikes me as being sort of unique and interesting was that one with a bunch of weird transistors in the path of the op amp. This guy right here. So a nonlinear with stable breakpoints. That might be one to try. 581. This isn't the best way to take notes for me for later, but at least I'll find this box. There's a bunch of screens in that box, screens that we can use for the Hajiwo circuit that I've been working on for a couple weeks. I really need to get that thing done. I think I'll build exactly what's on the schematic and just be done with it, you know? So I'll have a module that'll be able to show me what the voltages are doing inside of the synthesizer. These are all optoelectronic, and I don't know how much optoelectronics I really have in my bag of tricks. So let's go back and just figure out what else we can look at. Because we looked at audio, didn't we? I mean, there's amplifier, compressor, and control. What about audio control circuits? Let's see what that specifically means. Page 47. I literally opened it up to that page just with one flip. Is that a sign? What do I do with that? It's something has happened. What's fun is that there are certain guitar pedal schematics that you can actually see in like cartoons when they show stuff. Like they'll show schematics in certain cartoons, and if you look very carefully, you can find it's like a Google result for vacuum tube guitar amplifier. Fallout did not do this, although I haven't figured out what the schematic is yet. It's something with a lot of vacuum tubes, so it might be a vacuum tube radio that they show in the series. I believe that's in the first episode. Not quite. It looks like, well, actually, wait, it might be that. That might be the schematic that was in Fallout. So, the Fallout TV show. It looked more like it was like the middle part of a schematic with a lot of different vacuum tubes in it that went to other stuff. So it's like many, many vacuum tubes, and it might have been like a piece of industrial stuff. But it would be cool to be able to find what that schematic is. I did that for the Adventure Time schematic that was shown in a couple frames of an episode, and it turned out to be a guitar amp. Voltage controlled amplifier, noise and rumble filter, so that gets rid of noise and rumble. I think we looked at these. No, maybe not. Maybe this one's just repeated from elsewhere, because I remember the noise and rumble circuit. Ionavac speaker drive, based on principle of singing arc, in which, oh, this is interesting, wait a minute, in which RF discharge is modulated with an as fuck audio frequency to produce sound waves. Frequency is 27 megahertz, generated by pentode, having a rated anode dissipation of 15 watts. The hell, man? What are we looking at? With screen modulation of about 33 volts RMS from 15 ohm input of 1 volt RMS. Frequency response is about 3 to 30 kilohertz. International Audio Festival and Fair, Wireless World, June 1965. What the heck? Okay, so first off, what is this? And it looks like we've got a coil and a gate. Oh, that's the grating. There's absolutely no way. 150 volts on the other side of an audio input with a 50 ohm potentiometer. This is using Tesla Autopilot trying this road a little. Now the other one. I don't get, huh? The Ionavac speaker drive? Yeah, I don't understand what's... Okay, so there's a lot of stuff going on in here, and there's a lot of weird... Like, what is this? Coupling here. Because there's, like, a ground in the middle, and then it's, like, a jacket for the wires. But why are we doing this for... Maybe it's just the input to the same transformer? Those are coupled together? It doesn't make much sense. Well, 10p, 0.1, 0.001 micro. Those are capacitors? What is that symbol? That's so strange. It's some kind of a weird double capacitor? I don't know. All right, I don't understand this at all. This one's crazy. This one's crazy. It's crazy go nuts. We're looking at 1974 audio circuits to see if there's anything useful to us in here. This is a book of circuits used as examples, and it's compiled from a whole bunch of publications. And it's a crazy good book. This thing is going to be coming back on Fridays. We're going to actually build something next Friday, right? I'll actually get my shit together and do the fish noise circuit. Or some of these guys. And then we can get stuff on the scope and we'll have fun building stuff. I was not prepared for today. I thought we were going to build a different circuit, but it turns out that circuit needs so much external circuit that it would be building way too much circuit for our circuit. So, yeah, I don't know if that specific, let's check. Did that specific symbol, I think smells like an old library. There's just not that kind of thing in here. This is like a third of the symbols in the book. PN diode. What the? I've never seen anything like this. Varactor. Yeah, I guess I have. Triac. LED or laser. Photodiode. Lasker. Phototransistor. This is it. No more symbols. This thing needs a much larger symbol guide. So yeah, we don't know what that thing is. It's like it's some kind of a weird capacitor, I guess. I don't know. Vox with fast CW break-in. Designed for use with 9 megahertz SSB transmitter. Requires positive Vox input to turn on Q1, Q2, and Q3. What the fuck are Q1, Q2? Q, turn on Q1, Q2, Q3. Positive Vox. From what? That's input. Vox input. Diode types are not critical. Article covers construction and operation. Provides fast break-in hang time. Depends primarily on time constant of... This is like, oh, it's ham radio stuff. All right, okay. Let's get the hell away from that. Audio switch. It's the clapper. It's the clapper. Bass boost. Oh, God. Welcome to 1995. Super bass boost technology. So we're using... This is deep bass boost. Only below 120 hertz. Therefore has no effect on speech. Can be inserted in an audio amplifier. Requires a large speaker. This is the bassiest of boosts. How are we boost bassing? We're bass boosting. Bass control. I don't know. I don't know. I think we're peeling off that 120 kilohertz, and then we are amplifying it. So what are we doing with the regular audio? We're going to need to filter it out, but then we're also going to need to filter that bass out from the regular stuff. So we have our amplified bass coming in. For smooth crossover, other values... I'm probably wrong about this. I'm probably wrong about what's going on in here, but... if the button's yellow or red, yeah, then you know you're in for some bass boosting. I don't know. Theoretically, the way that I would go about designing something like this is I would have a filter. I would have an initial stage filter that would either blank out the bass or blank out the rest of audio, and then the bass I would amplify, and then I would combine them again. But I don't think that's what's going on here, because this is something different. Close for linear. If I close that, then I don't get any. Oh, I am bypassing the DC. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's what's going on here. I think it's a little different. The bottom part looks like a stands amplifier. It may be. Boost only below about 120 hertz and therefore has no effect on speech. Can be inserted in audio amplifier. Requires large speaker. That's all I get. Bass booster, wireless world, March 1966. Man, 1966, you roll up with this little thing and you plug it into the rest of your amplifier, and all of a sudden everything's going... You are like the king of audio at that point. They don't know nothing about dual shock, bass boost, or how many milliseconds of, that was like all the rages. How much what was it again? Oh man, I'm trying to remember the term, where the CD player would have like a memory delay just in case you shook it, and then it wouldn't skip protection, I guess was what it was called. Mixing impedances, yeah, this is just like a mixer circuit. Vox drive relay. Audio output is used with microphone to switch power transistor that drives a relay for controlling tape recorder motor. What? Huh? It's just very simple voice activation for stuff. So you're only recording when somebody's talking. I wish there was a book explaining the layout of each of these. I mean, if you really want to get into it, the source is there. So if you really want to look it up, you could look up. Where's my focus on this fucking thing? Okay, you could look up bass booster from Wireless World, March 1966. Or probably better, R.G. Young, 1812 bass booster. Yeah, I would love to know the design process, have a Moritz Klein style video where they go through what each stage is and why they're doing what they do. Because I think that's Moritz Klein with, I believe, works with, on occasion, Erica Synths. And his videos are brilliant because he goes through all of the logic that's involved with doing the protecting woofers. That's what I normally do. I protect my woofer. We don't like to put our woofers in danger. Variable gain volume control. Don't need that. Let's see. Expander. Wait, isn't that a Sasha and Digweed thing? Isn't that like... That sounds kind of cool. What the hell is this thing? Damn, this thing has a whole parts list on it too. Now you've piqued my curiosity. Now I need to know what the hell this thing is doing. FET circuit provides up to 30 dB expansion of dynamic range for recording or broadcast music. Gain increases linearly with input signal to amplify strong signals more than weak signals, and thereby restore original dynamic range that had been compressed to counteract system noise. Huh. Q1 amplifies input signal, D1 converts result to DC voltage. For controlling Q2 attenuator, this is just going to enhance the noise, the quiets and the louds. It unthins the music. That was, I mean, that was like a pretty prevalent problem in sort of the mid, well, the 90s and stuff with all the formats that we had, like tape recorded music and stuff. Even record recording musics are sometimes compressed a little bit. My audio is severely compressed. The dynamic louds and quiets I try to keep from you guys, because when I talk softly, I want you to hear me. And when I talk loudly, I also want you to hear me, but not blow up your speakers. So I am doing a fair amount of compression on my audio, more so than a lot of other people on Twitch, because I sometimes use power tools and I don't want you guys to have your speakers blow up your house. So this supposedly unexpands it, but if you compress something and then you decompress it again, it's still going to be just as flat. You're not going to get the, like, you're lowering the lows and you're heightening the highs, but what if your low is an appropriate level? It doesn't know that. So it might be lowering lows that shouldn't be load. I loathe the lows, lowering the lows, the low, blah, blah, blah. Muting. Okay, muting, okay. 4-pot tone control. That's interesting, because we built something like this for trying to make my audio filters in the little box inside of the little amplifier box. The problem is that the op amps use too much current for phantom power. I was unable to use phantom power with it. I need to make either a different power system or put it in a box with a cord on it. But for this 4-pot tone control, looks a little different than what our circuit was like. Bass boost, treble cut, bass cut. So cutting and boosting, it's just with one op amp. I don't know if this is so hi-fi. Hutchinson tone control circuit. Wireless world again, November. Huh. Not quite. Treble tone control. Ah, this is transistor tone control. So we were looking at circuits from, I forget. Electro something? No. I'm trying to remember who it was. It's a particular name. It's a German guy who makes sound circuits, and he built a bunch of different stuff for like phantom power and electret microphone stuff. And holy shit, what is this thing? Oh, this one's interesting. Voice control parameter extractor. So depending on what each individual stage is doing, as you say something, the dynamics of your voice get you from one stage to the other. So if you say, like, robot, do a thing, this will robot do a thing, and it'll get you to the next stages of the circuit to where you can actually do something with the output. I think that Capsella robot that responds to voice commands probably used something like this, because I don't think there were too many CMOS voice things going on back in the day. How does that? Well, hold on a second. This'll solve a couple questions of mine that I've had since adolescence. I'm not spelling that right. Capsella, so it's no double L. You guys ever know Capsella? Just because my brother is a child of the 70s, we had stuff like this growing up. They just put a little DC motor, and it's just these capsules that you sort of put together to make weird stuff. And one of the things that they had was a robot that was voice activated. Am I spelling it wrong still? Capsella. This thing. Well, it looked a lot cooler when it was actually built, but it had, yeah, this thing. Did I have one of these? I don't think I did. Maybe I did. Certainly is no CMOS in there. It looks like it's using transistors. How in the hell is this thing voice activated, though? So, maybe schematic? Schematic. I don't think anybody... Electrotech Online? Sounds interesting. Threads, Capsella. Tinkering with an item we acquired recently appears to be a Capsella model. Description of acquired a module from Capsella building set. Seems to be Capsella 3000 voice command module. Yes. Ah, damn it. Nobody got any information. Come on, man. Transparent, elongated housing with many internal components. Speaker, microphone from what appears to be voice chips and perhaps a controller chip. It has 4-pin type connections. Former blah, 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 blah. Is the best we're going to do that those images from eBay? So they're looking for the manuals. No, you know, stupid thing. 204 robot. Which one is a voice? Perfect, advanced, screen, advanced. Color works. Voice command. So we have some instructions here, but that's not... Oh, this is different. I don't think they're going to give it... Yeah, they're not going to give us a schematic in this. This is voice command? What the heck? Robot? Dear God. Oh, no, that's just this thing. Yeah. So I can't for the life of me find a schematic anywhere, huh? Oh my God, get out of here. Jeez, you open up one thing. Darn, I was always wondering how that circuit worked. How it was able to do voice recognition. The best we got is this photo right here. What's that? J1, J11. Might be a microcontroller, to be honest. I don't think they had very great microcontrollers back then, though. It's proprietary technology. It deserves to be known. Really? Still going. I haven't been going that long, like 4 hours. I am going to wrap up though. I think we're getting to the point of wrapping up. We're still going through audio circuits. We never actually got to build anything today, which I regret. I would like to have built something, but I didn't spend the time going through the book because I thought that initial audio circuit would be something that we could build. Unfortunately, it required 2 external inputs. We'd have to make one of the external inputs, and it looked more like this than it did anything else. I don't know if this is going to necessarily be representative of what the Capsella has, the voice command module. It has some kind of a chip, so it might be some kind of an ASIC. Maybe the ASIC does something akin to this, but when was that robot made? What year is this from? Yeah, it looks like a 5-minute job. It ends up being a 48-hour marathon. That's exactly what it looked like, because you have to make the ramp that's going to like modulate the other audio, and it's like, why would I do that? Like, so I guess there are probably other, you know, I don't know. I was hoping we would be able to find some kind of another circuit that I would be able to make quickly that would do some cool thing with audio. But we've looked around, we found a couple circuits. So next Friday, we're going to have something in mind that we'll actually create. And whether or not it's the fish noise is up for debate. But I've got a couple little audio circuits that I think will be pretty cool. And maybe we can branch out and other stuff too. This is the only information I get. I don't know what year this is from. Capsella 6000. Usually there are vintage toy sites that come up, and it's not just eBay. Capsella construction toy. What about the 6000? Nope. No good information. 1991. Capsella voice command 6000. I already have an automaton to make noise like that. Big Mouth Billy Bass would be a funny thing to do, because chat with the, what the fuck, get out of here. One of the funnier things that I've ever seen in my life is one of the teams on the Cheap Rally hooked their Big Mouth Billy Bass up to the car battery. And the thing about Big Mouth Billy Bass is that Big Mouth Billy Bass uses like 6 volts. It does not use that much voltage. And so what happens is you push the button and the fish starts moving a little bit. There's no music playing. And then it goes out and it looks at you and it opens its mouth and then it just goes, the noise of a gear stripping internally. It was fucking just destroyed me. It was the funniest thing in the world, just because I didn't know what to expect from this thing. And boy, oh boy, did it exceed any of my expectations. It just made this noise. So this is from 1991. So it's not like pre-microcontroller. There might be something in there. Oh, come on. Open image and new tab. Let's get way in there. This is the age of the LED. It's an ST Micro. Oops. Is that a 9.9? $99105? Nope. You can also see the hand of whoever's taking this photo. Too bad, we would have gotten a really weird looking face right here. Oh, they wore their USA shirt. No, it's not a USA shirt. Billy Bass to Stream Chat TTS. 99L05? That sounds like a part number. STM32L5. That just went from the ST in the search. Yeah, I'm sure that's plenty doable. Yeah, it's an instructable. It's that easy. I don't know whatever happened to my my Billy Bass. I used to have one. I think it got cannibalized or something. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Keep it from getting spammed to death, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I don't know if I can tolerate that. You guys have seen me barely tolerating the fart noise maker. We'll think about it though for when I get Node-RED pumping. Every home in 2002 had a Billy Bass. Man, yeah, we had one. I don't remember what I did with it. I think it eventually died or something. I think the rubber got bad. How much is a Billy Bass these days? I gotta turn off that autocomplete stuff. 40% off. $20, $30. The OG one is 30 bucks? Come on. Yeah, it's a little bit much, but I don't know. We could definitely take it over and do weird stuff. Yeah, used off of eBay would probably be the best way. Then it could also potentially be broken in some kind of a funny way. We'll do that at some point. So I don't know what this chip is. I don't know what this chip is. If it's like specifically a voice chip, or if it is a microcontroller that's looking at audio levels in order to figure stuff out. Cursed eBay fish. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it for sure. Okay, I think I'm wrapping up. I think I'm wrapping up here because, yeah, I would love to know how that Capsella bot was doing its thing. This circuit is daunting, but supposedly this is using inflections in your voice in order to get through different stages of amplification and then activate different things. You make a particular noise, you'll get to a certain stage, and there's an output on it. Pretty cool. There's a lot of weird circuits like that in here, and there's a lot of stuff that's like forbidden and stuff that's not useful, stuff that they're publishing just to put a circuit in their magazine at some point. It's like, I might as well just do this and do that. Yeah, some more particularly weird, janky circuits are common in here, it seems. Oh, these are the audio ones we were looking at before. I didn't mean to do another stream where we were just looking at the book again. I wanted to actually build something. It required a little bit too much on the back end. So I've got 3 circuits in mind on this random box that was just sitting here. So we'll have something to do next Friday with the big book. We'll bring out the big effing circuit book and we'll actually build something from it. We'll use normal amplifiers and we'll use 12 volts so that we can actually observe the output on the oscilloscope and, you know, put frequencies into something and see what comes out. And maybe we'll make a fish noise. So next week I'm back to streaming. I'm hopefully going to get my shit together. I don't know if I'm going to get a haircut, but I kind of need to get out of the funk that I've been in, and we'll hit these things head first. We'll get some of these projects done. The Hajiwo circuit in particular, I want to build that circuit. I'm going to build it exactly as he has it. I'm not going to modify anything. I mean, we almost ran into some audio circuits here that would have been relevant to that circuit, but I think it's better if I just build exactly what he has, and then we'll have that in our repertoire. We'll have that ready to go. I am going to build it with a Pico Pi, though. I'm not going to build it with an Arduino, so that kind of changes things a little bit, but it should still be a pretty functional little oscope. And then the voice, the VCO, I need to finish, and I need to build the one for chords and figure out how that software is working so that I can build the software for chords in a way that I find pleasing. This one needs to get an LED engine, and then I think it's ready to go. It's very little that I need to do to this to get it working. Burn the subs. We're going to do a whole day with Burn the Subs, and we have a radiator to put in. I need to do some wiring. So we'll just do wiring on Burn the Subs one of the days of next week, and I'll catch you guys then. Do we have anybody that's doing anything right now? I don't think so. Let's see. It's probably like Rob Oz playing Fallout because he can't stop. Yeah, that boy is... Oh, he's playing Manor Lords, actually. No wonder nobody's here. Ha! All right, you guys figure out where you want to go. I mean, what is it? Like, Sci-Fri's on it? Who's... Wait, hold on. I got to expand my list in order to see the people who I'd want to instruct you guys to raid. Oh, no. Nobody. Olivia Mancer's doing something, but... Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm listening to myself. What's that? I'm going to sneeze in, like, just a second here. Okay. Damn. The 1974 book Happens to have some dust on it, just a little bit. So my sneezing it's not my fault. It's not my fault. You guys go wherever you need to go on Twitch, and I'm going to put this big fucking book right here. And we'll see it next Friday. Have a good one, everybody.